To this Southern Prepper One, and welcome to Boots on the Ground. Let me get right into it. If you have anything you could add, please send it to Southern Prepper One, the number one, at yahoo.com. This is from Hendersonville, South Carolina. They went to the Walmart and the Tire Lube Express. No one was there. They had no workers. Also, Southern California. I have lived in a house for 16 years and never had a bill higher than $150, and they're referring to their electric bill. Now my latest bill last week was $215, and now I have less people in the house than before. Yes, electric is going up. Do what you can to conserve it. Also, we had the explosion at the Hoover Dam transformer. Hopefully they get that fixed. A lot of people are saying, is it sabotage? No one knows, and we'll never know the truth, but they quickly got it under control, so it looks like they can get it fixed. We just pray that they have a spare transformer to replace it. Milk. Person sent me a picture. It's similar to a gallon-sized milk container. It's a little different, but it's only 3.03 gallons. So, is this some shrinkflation? They've never seen it. I have never seen it. So, have you started seeing the 3.03 quarts? Excuse me, 3.03 quarts. So, it's not even a gallon. Let's go over to Columbus, Ohio. During the night, someone came and took them about 5 minutes. Took the 4 tires off a vehicle. They caught it on camera. It took him 5 minutes to take 4 tires off a vehicle. So even having your vehicle locked, they can still take a lot of damage and make a lot of damage to you. This is a food line in Lancaster, South Carolina. They had a sign. As a result of adverse growing conditions in South Carolina, the cucumbers advertised as locally grown in this week's flyers will not be available. It's bad when you can't even get a local growing cucumber in Lancaster, South Carolina. This portrait studio owner says had a lot of cancellations. People are forfeiting a $400 deposit rather than spending the full amount on the packages. That is incredible. Tucson, Arizona. They live next to the tracks, railroad tracks. Completely silent today with no trains running at all. On a normal day, there's a train just about every 40 minutes full of shipping containers. Today I paid especially close attention and not seen one train coming into or out of. Go to Amazon. This person ordered on July 15th, ordered 25 pounds of dried chickpeas. Actually, I think they ordered them before then, but they got notified on the 15th that they're out of stock. Also, jasmine rice, they ordered, got a notification, out of stock. Multiple people sent me things in regards to Amazon and dried food products. Home Depot, a lot of theft they're having. This one particular one, they think it's an inside job because in the locked tool area, they're finding empty boxes and no tools in them. So they think there's someone with an inside job. Someone sent me the average price of a new car as of June of 2022 was $48,000. That's incredible, $48,000. This is Southeast Kentucky. I noticed at the Walmart a lot of clearances on patio, furniture, and other clothing. I personally 2 days ago talked to a person that worked for Walmart. I think he had a team leader or something on his shirt. So he was in charge of some people putting some stock out. I asked him why they got all this, and he point blank said all this has been sitting in ships, and they finally getting their deliveries in, so they have a lot of product. Southern Illinois. This person deals with ill patients. My patients. One of them is waiting on a portable oxygen concentrator, and they've been waiting since the end of May. So 2 months later, still nothing and no word on ETA. Another patient said they usually get 90 days of medicine sent to them. Now they're only getting 30 days supply sent to them. Another person, an EMS supervisor, said they only have 6 doses of Ativan, and Ativan is important for seizures. So major shortage there. One person that's been for years using a certain catheter had to switch over to another one because the other one was back ordered. They said their daughter works for Rural King, was working 5 days, and usually every day would be between 4 and 8 hours for their shift. Then it was switched down to only 3 days in 2 weeks of working. Now it's nothing. They actually said wait a couple days until the new schedule comes out to find out when you need to work. So definitely a slowdown. A lot of people sent me the things in regards to Amazon. I actually saw it on the Amazon account. It says, due to regulatory requirements, all Mylar bags that are not clear or single colored must be removed from the Amazon store. A lot of people were freaking out about this. I heard it was for, they sell some really cool, pretty ones, more, you know, for kids, and that people were putting drugs in them. I don't know what's the truth about them, but I think it's drug related. So we'll just see what Amazon does with our big 1 gallon size and our 5 gallon size. I think they're going to be fine, but only time will tell. This is North Central Arkansas.
Today's show brought to you by We the People Holsters, brought to you by our friends at We the People Holsters. They wear their shirts. A lot of people have been asking.
They're just seeing massive price increases on some of their products. One of them in particular was one day they bought some corn. It was 34 cents an ear. The next day went back, it was 68 cents an ear. They're saying a lot of people are selling beef cows. These particular people are actually selling some of theirs due to feed prices going up. They actually did not fertilize their pasture because the fertilizer price doubled and they didn't have the money. So cows are being sold all over the United States, most of it in relation to the drought that is occurring. They also said our grocery bill is 40 to 50% higher. This person received email from their landlord. I think they live more in an apartment complex. And it basically said to alert residents that because of the part problems, getting parts for appliances, heating and air, plumbing, whatever it takes to keep an apartment building up and running, they're no longer using next day air. So it could take up to 10 to 14 days or longer to get parts. Plus, they said that parts are short, so you might not have it for a lot longer. Lowe's. These people bought some doorknobs. They bought 3 doorknobs. I guess they put them on, went back and tried to buy some more. 10 days later, they bought 6 more, but the increased price was $5 each. These people use an online fax service. It's been $10 a month forever. They just raised it to $12 a month. You might say, no big deal. That is a 20% increase. When you sustain a 20% increase or more across everything you buy, your quality of living will decrease unless you can find yourself getting a big raise or getting a part-time job. But still, your life will decline because you'll be working more for the same amount that we were getting a year ago. This guy's an electrical distribution designer, so he works with the power grid. We are informed this morning that we should no longer default to replacing transformers, cutouts, and lightning arresters when replacing poles. Supply problems. Just replace what is needed. Because of a lot of time and energy it takes to replace a whole pole, normally they would throw new components on it, because if the pole is that old, the components are probably, now they're not doing it. If the pole needs to get replaced, they replace just the pole. They said 6-month backlog in supply of primary switches, meters, meter pedestals, and many large transformers. More shortages across the board. This is northern Idaho. Our town is a bottleneck through the western edge of the Rockies. Talking about trains, most of it going to and from the West Coast or Canada will pass through our town. Our visitor information center claims that we have about 60 trains a day. If you're late for an appointment in this area, just blame it on the train. It will always work because everyone knows they cause traffic problems, so many of them. However, lately, I'm estimating that the train traffic has been cut in half. I have not been stopped by a train in about 3 weeks. While I love the convenience of it not being stopped, it is also crazy scary in very big print. Crazy scary. And that's just because of our logistical supply problems are great right now. Less trains is going to be increased logistical problems. And most of the trains I do see have been hauling coal to the coast to be shipped overseas. I have not seen any lumber in a while. I spoke to a train engineer, and they have had enough. The money that they used to make is not the same as they used to making now. Long hours. They're definitely understaffed. Definitely safety concerns with understaff and things not being done properly. This is the East Metro side of St. Paul. just got 2 catalytic converters replaced. Our mechanic stated we were extremely fortunate and he was able to locate an aftermarket for installation. He says he's had several vehicles are just sitting in the repair lot that he cannot get parts. One customer still is waiting 3 months for the catalytic converter. Do not let your car catalytic converter get stolen. It's horror stories I'm getting. Pennsylvania, the VA hospital. He's trying to get a CPAP machine that he needs. They do not have any. But he is number 328 on their waiting list. He also had a question on podiatry, so he called over there. He needs his shoes. He left a message over a week ago and absolutely no call back. And this is from the VA. Also, the respiratory department told him they're out of supplies, don't know when they will get more. I never thought I would see this happen at the VA. They're always well stocked and usually send more supplies than I need. So the VA is suffering too. I appreciate all those people that are at the VA trying to help veterans. I applaud you. Thank you for your service to service members and women. This daughter is sick. Must be a younger daughter because they go to a pediatrician. The pediatrician prescribes some medicine that our pharmacist says will not be able to get for weeks. Just more evidence of the collapse of the medical system. Louisville, Kentucky. Our power went out for 5 hours. No storm anywhere near us. No explanation given. After I wrote that down and finished writing my report, she sent me another email about 5 o'clock this morning, I think. It said power is out, and it's been out for about a half an hour. I don't know if it came back on for her, but more power outages with unexplained reasons, and I'm getting a lot of those reports. This is Denver Metro Hospital. Broken beds, can't get the parts. A lot of these hospitals have contacted me, people that work for them, parts to keep the beds working. Unbelievable. Simple things, keeping beds in the hospital functioning for sick people. We can't even do that in the United States. This is in California, Walmart. I think it's Windsor, California. It's very hot in the store. The person asked the employee if the AC was broken, and they said, no, I think they just got it shut off or shut way higher because they're trying to save money. This is Walmart. This is 3 Las Vegas area casinos that closed at the start of the pandemic, will not reopen. The off-strip casinos owned by the Station Casino Corporations were intended for locals. They are called the Texas Station, the Fiesta Rancho, and the Fiesta Henderson. Will all be demolished. Their gambling, food, and liquor license, which are not cheap, will be allowed to expire, and their land will be put up for sale. This is Amazon. They have canceled, and I've seen the articles for the last couple of days, actually longer than that. They've canceled the construction of 16 warehouses that were going to be scattered throughout the United States that they were planning on opening. If Amazon is not building more warehouses, they definitely have their finger on the pulse of America, and they are definitely seeing a slowdown. Tulsa, Oklahoma. The apartment building lobby has a big glass window in it, and there's a hole in it, and it's cracked all up. And it's been like this for 2 months because I can't get a replacement. There is glass shortages. He says driving around, he sees lots of expired tags. I also said, is the quality of pesticides going down because it's not killing bugs in the apartment building? This person said, a friend of mine runs a couple hundred head of cattle. The other night, someone cut the fence and took about 30 head. That is a huge blow to a farmer. Also, ranchers are skipping the market and selling to customers directly in a lot of the cases. So instead of taking them to the market to get auctioned off, they're trying to find people that will buy the cow, and then they'll take them to various meat lockers to have them processed, and then you'll pay the processing fee and plus pay the farmer. In this case, it's $3.25 a pound, and it actually could be more. It could be $3.25 after it's hung, not the actual finished product you get. I've had a lot of people ask me, why don't farmers do that? I have asked some farmers, and the problem is they have cows. There is no processing capabilities in certain areas at all. Some of them are scheduled a year out. So that will not help a lot of farmers. We own a beef jerky business in southern Idaho. Shipping cost for one of our large plastic canisters 7 months ago was $274. Today, it is 776. That is a percentage increase of 283%. That's just astronomical. This is what's killing business. A lot of people say internet service in their area has been spotty, and it's been involving tons of different companies, so it's just not one company. So internet, spotty services. This is a food line in Shelby, North Carolina. No leaf lettuce at all. A few sickly looking iceberg lettuce. Very little fresh vegetables. They also said King Arthur, the bread flour, used to be about $3 to $4. It is now, a bag is $6.39. $6.39. This is a news story that's sent to me, and I've heard some other people give me horror stories. Electric cars. This person bought an electric car for about $11,000. They drove it for 6 months and then realized the battery was bad. They tried to get the battery replaced. The battery replacement cost is $14,000, which is bad. But the worst part is they can't get the battery, so they have a worthless car. So if you're going to buy an electric car used, make sure that battery is checked thoroughly by someone that knows what they're doing, because a $14,000 bill is not good. Plus, they're not available at all. Northeast Ohio, Walmart, where they work the staffing shortages. They also said the Great Value chocolate milk is out of stock, and it's been for about a week now. You might say, oh, that's no big deal, just one thing. That's chocolate milk. Is it a shortage of milk where they're not using it because they need the milk just to sell as regular milk, which is a better seller? Is it the chocolate side of the house? If you can't provide chocolate milk in a Walmart, it's been over a week, there's some serious problems behind the scenes. This is a semi-driver. He lives in the Houston, Texas area. He is saying that you might see some trucks out there, and that's called bobtailing, and that's when a truck has no trailer. He says sometimes what they do is deliver the semi back to a business, and then they leave so the semi can be unloaded at the company's time. And then another truck will go back and get it. So in some cases that might be seen if you're really in a industrialized area. You might see that. He said the last 2 weeks traffic is definitely lighter, less people on the road. He also said people are more irritable on the roads. I am seeing that too. You're seeing that. Be careful. You do not want to be involved in any road rage, because a lot of parts for your car might not be available, and your car will sit at an auto parts until they can get the available parts. So it's not worth it. Be kind, smile. This is Australia. A box of 48 double-sized toilet paper was $48, and now it's $58. This is coming from China. It's being sent to Australia because Australian toilet paper is in short supply. They said tissue boxes is impossible to find in recent weeks. Tissues in Australia. This person's from Colorado. They're renting a house, and it's a newer house, and their central air broke. They're waiting on the part. The temperature there has been in the 90s, so it's miserably hot. Central air has really made us very comfortable in our lives. This is Central Pennsylvania, a small Chevy dealer. Last week, 4 new cars were stolen. 4 masked men came in. Everything was caught on videotape. They used the computer, entered the VIN number, and they were able to access something that they could do, the star system, and they were able to turn the cars on, and they stole 4 cars and drove them off the lot. All of this was caught on security cameras. This is the Dunkin' Donuts in Eastern Tennessee, out of frozen coffee mix. Do not even know when they will get it in. They took it off their menu. A convenience store nearby. 2 different name brand soft drinks are out. The truck has not brought any in the last few deliveries. Simple things we cannot get. Also, he mentioned a lot of other shortages in other stores, ranging from Subway to Dollar General. I won't go into those, but just shortages across the board. If you live in an area you're not seeing shortages, thank your lucky star and keep prepping hard, because it will eventually come to you. This is Missouri, the drought. A lot of this has been coming in. Huge shortages of hay and feed. So actually, some people could be starting to feed their winter hay right now and their winter grain right now. So farmers are dumping cows. This is rural Middle Tennessee. Real estate prices are dropping. Also, houses are remaining on the market a lot longer. This is Central Oregon. A glazer, a window guy, had his hours cut because they can't get windows for him to install. The sad part is he has 8 children at the home. Let me finish up here with this last one. I live near Red River. and I've lived there a long time, and the cattle auction is slammed full. There are pickup trucks lined up with trailers. Farmers are dumping their cows at ridiculously low prices. So pray for farmers. I hope you enjoyed Boots on the Ground.
Caller, you're on the air.
For watching.
Yeah, g'day, mate. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Just let your friend chat first.
Yep, he just finished. Southern Prepper 1. And
let him finish off there.
Yep, he just finished. So he finished
cool.
on my end.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how much delay there is.
All right. Oh, cool. Yeah. Sorry. That's normal here. Yeah. No worries. And that Oregon Coast Green Man. Yeah. No worries. I sent a whole pile over to Fry, so you should be able to get them when he makes them available.
Yep.
Because I'm a bit hard to catch here sometimes. As to what Southern Prepper was saying, yeah, there is some shortages there, and there are some scumbags out there profiteering. The worst one I've seen of the lot, and it's on eBay at the moment, if you're ebay.com.au, potato starts, seed potatoes. Now, normally you get a packet, it's a 2-pound packet of seed potatoes. They're $8.30 from Goodman Seeds, and that's one of the biggest seed suppliers in the country. On eBay now, $40 a packet.
Wow.
Toilet paper, we have seen people out there trying to sell stuff for $40 for rolls, but I can tell you myself, and I'm paying remote rural prices, so my prices are probably 20-25% above what you can get in the city, and I paid $18 for 24 rolls of triple ply, ultra luxury. I'm an old bastard and I've got a soft ass, so excuse my language, but yeah, I like decent quality toilet paper, so I pay for the good stuff, and yeah, it's gone up. It used to be $12, like 50 cents a roll for the very expensive stuff, but now it's gone to $18, and that for 24 rolls. But when there are shortages, yeah, the profiteers will go in. We've got a lot of there are going to be some polite migrant type folks and that who are very quick on the deal, and Aussies are impatient and they panic. And we've had a couple of storms here over the years, and supplies have run out, and they've been caught short. And that, so yeah, there are some profiteerings, but they're the extreme cases. It's not that bad here yet.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it has been. We've seen $10 lettuces, and that I've seen that myself. Heck, if I could send you in some photos and that, because my girlie, she was stuck in the US. She'll be back here in Australia later this week. So I've actually got to travel a couple of thousand k's to Sydney, go meet her at Sydney Airport, then bring her back home for the first time in 2.5 years. So. Yeah, the stuff I've been sending her, a kilo of parsnips, 2.2 pound of parsnips, was $24.50 here, not so long ago. So, yeah, there are some things getting shortages, but that's mainly because of the floods and the actual shortages. All that East Coast garden bowl got flooded out. Friends of mine who grow turnips, radishes, and all that sort of thing. They got wiped out. They lost a lot. I'm lucky here. I've got. I live in the desert, so the shortage of water is my big problem.
Yeah, that's crazy how y'all live on an island
60 pots
and there's no water. There's always a water shortage.
Yeah. So I've got 35,000 gallons of tank storage, which are actually chockers at the moment. So that'll keep me and the girlie going and the gardens going all year round. And that, so I've got 1.5 years worth of storage is what I figure. We can go 1.5 years without topping it up. And to back that up, I've just finished putting in a bore, and it goes down 683 feet. Down to the giant sub-aquifer that runs under the country. Had to drew some basalt in it, and I had to get the pros in to do that. I did the rest myself, but I had to get them to drill through 16 foot of basalt, and that was $400 a foot.
A foot?
So,
did you say $400 a foot?
$400 a foot.
All right.
a foot, and that just for the 16 feet of basalt. The rest of it I got through myself. I borrowed a drilling rig. Mate's got that, and we just put on all the pipes and that, and kept on going down and down and down. And when we started to wear out the drill heads and that, I called in the pros. They've got the big diamond heads and all that sort of thing, and they've got the big pressure borers, so they put big anchors down and that, and they really cut through it. And that, so it's worth their money. They got through it in a day. They set up at 6 a.m. and that, and they were finished by 8 p.m. that night. And that, and I was sitting back here. They had everything back and loaded on their truck by 10 p.m. and that, and was sitting back having a barbecue about 10:30, a few beers and all that sort of thing. And that was it. But yeah, the water's good down there. It's just hard to pump up. I've got a big electric pump down there that lifts it. But it's a 3,600 watt engine, and I'm running off solar here, so I try not to use that unless I'm going to do. If I need to do that, I'll fill up the pump, and then I'll use nothing else in the house.
I have a solution for you.
Days,
I have a solution for you. Yeah, to pump without using so much energy. You can use air, and there's a company called Brumby that makes an airlift pump for deep wells in your case, and it's a
I know, but not being rude, have you seen the size of the compressor that you need to run that thing? It's the same wattage.
Well, yes and no. The benefit of a Brumby or an airlift system is your moving parts are above ground, so you don't have to worry about your pump going out or running electrical lines all the way down your pump. That's the benefit.
Very true.
So I've been doing airlift for probably 10 years now because I kept going through pumps here. And of course my well is 68 feet deep and my static level is at 21 feet. So that's magical, a magical well. And airlift is its friend because, I don't have to deal with a valving system. So I can just use the air without a valve. So I'm just sending air down and going in the side of the pipe, and then the water comes straight out. So in your case, you probably have, how deep is your well?
680 odd feet.
So it's 680 feet. What's the water? How deep is your water down there?
I'm in a void. So we go through, we've hit a void, we've gone down an extra 20 feet and then come back up. So we went down another 20 feet, didn't hit anything again, and that, so it's in a void that's bigger than 20 feet. So the pump's just sitting there and hanging free. Hanging free.
So that's weird. So how much water, like from the bottom of your well to where how many feet of water is in your well?
We don't know.
You don't know? You don't know? Okay, so you don't know your static level.
So
okay.
I'm on what they call the Great Artesian Basin. If you look up Lake Hindmarsh, there's a river that empties into it, and it's a dry lake, and the water all just disappears and that down into the sub-aquifer. They reckon it takes about 3,000 years to get down to that level through the rock and all that sort of thing. And then you've got this giant limestone area down there, and we're in that. You can tell that by the amount of calcium in the water. So I bring everything up every 6 months, soak it in a mixture of vinegar and a couple other things, and that clean everything else off, all the calcium build up and all that thing, and then throw it back down again. It's all good.
All right. Well, just in case you ever get tired of your pump that's down there, check out Brumby, and
yep,
it's made in Australia, so it's
yeah. Well, with a name like Brumby, that's the name of our wild horses out here. So Brumbies, you call them Mustangs over there, but yeah, and that, I know the company, and that, but for me at that depth, I've got to use something like a 21 foot per minute, no, cubic meter or cubic foot, I forget. But it's a big compressor that I've got to power up. And there's bugger all difference between the power that I'm using and that, and it's just another piece of equipment. I've got 2 spare well heads here, so if one dies, I can bring it up drop another one down there, service the other one, and I've still got a spare.
Gotcha.
So they're only around about $1,250 here, and they're made by. There's my warranty forms. Ream Australia, RHEEM. They also make hot water systems. So I got one of those. So yeah, it's a good deal. But with everything here, the rainwater is pretty good.
Right.
And the garden loves it, and it's good to have a shower in and all the rest of it. We do have town water there. Don't use it. Don't want it. It's got fluoride in it, and who knows what else nowadays. And that I had a friend over there in America, and that put a rat test on their tap. You know, these rapid antigen tests, and it came back positive. And it's funny how these folks always know where the outbreaks are going to be beforehand, and the only way I could figure out how they were doing it was a replay of the CIA operation, and that called Whistleboy. And they actually did this overseas, and made everybody sick and all that sort of thing. And so the opposing folks and that's were spending half the time in the bathroom. And well, let's face it, they just keep on playing games out of the same old playbook.
Yep.
It's like what they're doing now, and that with well, they've got this illness out there, and that's spreading around the place, and they're just going to keep on playing with it. They're not changing the vaccine or anything like that. They're just changing the names of the bugs. Yep.
And today I heard something weird on the radio. They were talking about monkeypox, and they were relating it to sexually transmitted disease. They were saying it's in the same family. I'm thinking, okay. And
well, it is. If you understand how monkeypox was formed, the US found out that the Soviets were weaponizing certain diseases, and smallpox was one of them. And they were trying to figure out how to do it, and they tried to infect monkeys, because monkeys had a natural immunity to smallpox, even though the locals and that were getting sick and died. Some of the monkeys, and I forget which type of monkey, was showing a thing. So they actually got a version to infect monkeys, and it was called monkeypox, and it was that close to smallpox. It's the same antibiotic or whatever it was that cured smallpox fixed monkeypox, and you can look that up and all that sort of stuff, and that's fact. But monkeypox has a thing with humans that is very hard to transmit. Long kissing and all that sort of thing, oral sex, those sort of weird stuff. You can get it that way, and that's why it's been related and it's been spread through the gay orgies that they've been having and all that sort of stuff. And it's been documented left, right, and centre. It's actually quite hard to catch. You need quite intimate contact to spread monkeypox.
Yeah, they were saying that gay guys spread it easy.
Well, they're the ones who have been associated with the latest outbreak. There was a small outbreak in Africa, and then there was a bloke went from there, and they've tracked him, and he went to Portugal, and they had some gay festival over there, and he infected 3 or 4 others. One went to Spain, 2 went to the US, 1 went to the UK. The UK then went to a gay festival over there, and then it went back to Europe, and apparently he was a real tart and got around and he infected about 6 or 7 folks. The 2 folks that went back to the US, one of them went to a gay festival over there and spread it about, and that's where it's been getting about. And the gay bathhouses in New York are pretty much the ground zero over there in the US. And that's all been documented by US AMRID, which is the medical side of the US Army. I think it's US Medical Infectious Disease Research Division. And these are the folks who actually invented monkeypox. And it's a man-made disease in the late 50s or early 60s, if I remember correctly.
Kind of like AIDS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been around. Monkeypox is 100% man-made, and won't survive without people passing around. And so it gets around in Africa, and some of the folks in Africa, it's been around now for a generation, have developed a natural immunity to it, but they haven't been able to synthesize that, and they've been trying to do that. But all of a sudden, all that research has stopped, and turns out that the same labs that played with the COVID stuff are now playing with the monkeypox. And it's just funny about that. But, yeah, a lot of strange stuff going on.
Yep.
A lot of strange stuff going on.
A lot of crazy stuff. So, yeah, today...
But I try to keep on top of it, and that's because, well, I have a firm belief that's where we're going with a lot of this stuff, and that's why, part of the reason why I'm out here. One of the best things you can do, and that, if you know anything about Ebola or the hemorrhagic fevers and all that sort of thing, they do have a serious death rate, 80 to 90%. But they burn themselves out because of distance. People don't survive to travel, especially not out where these places are found. Now, you had an outbreak in Tanzania, which is on the east coast of Africa. A week later, it was on the west coast of Africa near Ghana. And so Ghana's a lot more upwardly mobile than Tanzania. Tanzania's jungle country, hill country, not good roads, very few airstrips and all that sort of thing. Ghana's actually quite developed. So it spreads a lot faster and a lot further. And that's the worry, that one of these clowns one day will get sick of everything, or a terrorist group or whatever will turn something like a hemorrhagic fever, whether it be Ebola or one of the other varieties, and weaponize it and make it persistent. But the good thing about it, about Ebola, one, it's very susceptible to being dry, doesn't like the heat, and it doesn't like UV. So a strong flashlight, just your Cree bulbs, they put out enough UV to kill Ebola pretty much instantly. So, yeah, but so to protect yourself, all you need is a good UV lamp and that, and spray it all around. And if anybody's looking sick, stay away from them, in the outbreak, because if they're looking sick, they haven't got long, to be honest with you. It's a sad way of looking at it, and it's maybe called selfish. But when you're playing with that sort of thing, isolation's your best hope.
Yep.
It takes time. It takes time for the thing to work. It takes time for it to be transmissible, and it's only transmissible for an early part of it. There was a book out. Who was that by? Somebody, some terrorist or whatever, and that was it the Iranians, and that somebody wrote a book. Tom Clancy, one of the Tom Clancy series, I think it was.
Well, I'd like to test something out. Could somebody, could Loud Red or Sunhoney Facebook message me, and I want to see if I can connect the caller and the person on the Facebook so we can all hear each other. So I want to do a test on my system here.
Yeah, go for it.
So I don't want you to leave, because you're going to be my beta tester here. So that would be cool.
No, well, go for it. I'm actually just, I've been stacking the fireplace up for wood while I've been chatting. Now I'm back over here watching the chat again.
So there's something I wanted to rant about. So I heard today on the radio that GM is coming out with a new electric vehicle, which is $300,000. So
yeah, well, why?
Yeah. So
it's bad enough that the average one's what, $47,000 over there?
Yeah, yeah. All right, here we go. This is Sunhoney. Let's see if we can get this to work. All right, Sunhoney, caller, you're on the air.
Good evening, everyone.
All right. So can
how you doing?
How you doing, love? How's it going in Australia?
Yeah, good. It was actually overcast and a little bit damp at the moment and chilly. It's winter time over here, as you probably guessed. But, it's all good. We've got the water tanks full and that, and the veggie garden's looking great. How's things over there that way?
A little bit hot and muggy, but, we're going to survive another day.
Yeah, I'd trade you the hot and muggy for the cold and wet anytime.
Well, it's easier to get warm than it is to get it unhot.
All right. Well, I got my problem.
Depends on what you use to, I suppose.
All right, so problem solved.
Yeah, I
Make sure you
worked
give
on it the
yourself a
other
pat on
day.
the
I
back.
just haven't had a chance to test it. I did some regrouping on my inputs and outputs to isolate everything down to one input, and I think I got it fixed. And y'all don't hear any bad echoes, right?
No, but someone in chat saying we're a bit loud. That's okay. I've got it on speaker.
Yeah, you're
Take it
loud.
off speaker.
You're loud. I'm having to ride the fader, and he's not as loud because that's just the nature of Magic Jack. So yeah, I'm having to ride the fader. But
I took it off speaker. Is that any better?
no, that's okay. Let me see if I can adjust you independently on the software here. Let's see. Device settings. There's no independent volume inside of Messenger. Gotta love that. That's okay. But at least,
What if I turn my volume down? Let's see if that works, because I'm at full volume.
no, that won't make any difference. No, that's just your output volume. That's okay. Louder is better than not. But yeah, I'm looking.
Actually, let's see what I can do with the phone here. Just got to reach up to the mux.
So,
how's that?
Let's ask our computer, what's the average car note today? It's what, 6 years?
Mine was
6 or 7?
Mine was 4, and it was a used vehicle.
That's used, but new. So I think new is like 5 or 6 years.
I'm seeing Ford Finance advertising with 7-year finance.
7 year? Okay. Well, let's go with 7 year. All right. So, yeah. Computer, what's 7 times 12?
7 times 12 is 84.
All right. Computer, what's 300,000 divided by 84?
300,000 divided by 84 is approximately 3,571.4286.
Okay, that's without interest. So if you were to finance this $300,000 electric vehicle, because if you had to finance it, you couldn't afford it. This is one of those vehicles that only billionaires buy. But you'd be paying $4,000 a month with interest.
For $300,000, you can buy a house.
Yeah, yeah. And that's sad, too, that houses cost so damn much.
Yeah, well, but even over here, I bought a little property in town. It's just like a standard quarter-acre block and that, all that sort of thing, and I paid $60,000 for it. A little bit run down, but I had a mate from the army. He had a bad bust-up and all that sort of stuff and got bled dry. He's in it now with a little bit of rent, but he's going to inherit it when I drop off the perch. So, but apparently it's worth $220,000 now.
Wow.
Yeah, and we've done bugger all to it. It's got a 10,000-gallon water tank on the back, and it needs still a lot of fixing up. He's doing a lot of work on the place and it, but like it still needs a heap of work. And he's doing the work. He'll end up owning it. So my kids are all looked after. They're actually all living in the US. So all set up. But yeah, $300,000 for a car. That's heck. I wouldn't buy a bloody Bugatti for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy any vehicle. And see, that's what I was ranting about today. Our cars go too fast, which allows us to be too far away from the stuff that we actually need and do. So I've always said this since I started coming up with solutions to problems. We need to lower the speed limit all around the world to 15 miles an hour, and that would fix a lot of problems. We would have to be closer to our work, our family, and the stuff that we consume, and it would work.
Miles an hour. Now you're talking horse and buggy speed. Now you're talking.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Get back to horses.
And I have designed a solar-powered vehicle that goes 20 miles an hour, so I could actually speed according to this limit that I've set. So I could break the law even with this solar-powered cart that I have. So, and it will be completely sun-powered when the sun's out. You're running on sun juice. And if you have to work at night, it'll still work at night. You could do the bigger batteries if you need to do a lot of night driving. But if everybody's going 15 miles an hour, the insurance costs would go down. You wouldn't have to have these huge battery banks. You're not worried about getting in a car accident and killing yourself if you run off the road. All these things just start fixing themselves. And here's what I was talking about today. If you go 15 miles an hour, that means you can travel, if you're going flat out, 15 miles in 1 hour. I know I'm talking miles and not kilometers, but you get the deal. So I live about 15 to 20 miles from Austin, Texas, and I used to drive there every day. Today, if you drive to Austin, Texas, which is the same distance, it takes you sometimes 45 minutes to over an hour to get to Austin, even with your vehicle that's capable of going 65, 70 to 100 miles an hour. It's because it's stop and go, stop and go, stop and go. If everybody was going 15 miles an hour, your traffic lights could be redesigned. You could get there almost in the same amount of time and not have to worry about going so fast. And I really would love to see an experiment with somebody doing that to see if that would work and put some data points together.
Well, all right. You know how academia works?
Well, I know how...
Write a paper.
Yeah.
Write a paper and submit it. And do it in Europe. And forget about the US. Do it in Europe. Denmark, France, somewhere like that, where they've got these closed communities. And the universities have got a hell of a lot of influence. And so you get somewhere like a town like Trondheim in Norway or somewhere, and just say, all right, we're going to do this for this area, and that's 15 kilometers an hour for 6 months, and see how it goes.
Yeah, and let's see, it would be kilometers, so that would have to be different for you. Computer, what's 15 miles an hour in kilometers?
15 miles per hour is 24.14 kilometers per hour.
So yeah, you got it. So it'd be 24 kilometers per hour or 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, we just rounded all up to 25, and that's over here. That's your school zone speed. So if you're going past a school, you've got to slow down to 25 kilometers an hour or 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, and see, you would never have to slow down for a school. That's another thing. You could just keep on trucking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I know it sounds crazy.
Well, I was putting... No, not crazy at all. I built a light plane. There's a kit out there called an afforder plane, which is... I modified it so the wing was actually a copy of a German plane called a Storch. S-T-O-R-C-H, a little observer plane. And they fly at 22 mile an hour. And everybody was saying, why do you want to do that? And I said, well, I've already crashed once. The next one I crash, and then I want to be able to just bring it down to ground level, jump out and run.
All right. So what's the name of this plane again?
A Ford plane.
A Ford.
A Ford.
Plane. Let's see. I just got myself on a goofy website. Let's see. Can you spell that?
Affordaplane.com. Affordaplane.com.
All right. There we go. All right. So you have one of these?
I built one, yeah. I've got the plans on CD for, I think it was about $30 US.
Yeah, that's the way to travel right there. Yeah, so if you crash, you're pretty much going to survive as long as you don't crash into a highway and somebody hits you or power lines.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. I've run out of fuel on the thing and put it down in a corn paddock when the corn was 6 foot tall, and I didn't realise it was that tall. The plane was stuffed, and I was fine. Because I'm only doing 25 mile an hour when I brought it down.
Is it a 2-cycle or a 4-cycle engine that you're in yours?
I actually have a 4-cycle engine in mine. It's a 40 horsepower. It's out of a Russian motorcycle, a Nipa T10, because the kickstart is at the back, and so you can reach forward and actually just pull it down and start the thing up again.
So you could start it from inside the cab where you sit, is what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
Whereas
all the Rotex motors are all electric starters.
Gotcha. So what's your takeoff
or
speed?
You've got to get out there next to the little ones and then pull it. The very small ones, like the 15 horsepower ones, you can actually pull start with a cord similar to your generator you were working on last weekend. But you've got to be outside the plane forward and standing next to it.
Gotcha. So how fast do you have to go before you start lifting off the ground?
It'll about 35 mile an hour.
35, and it cruises at 25. You say?
It has a stall speed of 22 miles an hour. 22. That's when it stops flying and it becomes a rock.
Gotcha.
But at 25, you can bring it down and bring it to almost a stall and lift the nose up, and that you're doing about 25 and then just drop it on the ground. And if you're going to head for something, you can bail out. If you're falling off a bicycle and that at 25 mile an hour, you know you get a few scrapes and bruises and that, but nothing major.
Right. So I'm sure there's wing load specs and all that stuff in here.
Like a giant hang glider with a fiberglass bathtub underneath it, that it had a stall speed of 45 mile an hour, and when I had my little crash, I was probably doing about 55 mile an hour, which is 110 kilometres an hour, and I sort of got busted up a little bit.
Man, I'd love to see some footage of that.
Oh, I'll send you some. I've got plenty of it.
Oh, that'd be awesome. I'll play it on the stream.
Well, I got a trip I took from here to Adelaide, which is 490 miles, and that. So I landed just outside of Adelaide. Idled up to the garage, the gas station, pushed it in. I stopped the engine because the props are a bit dangerous and around everybody else, and people just stop and stare and just standing there. So I pushed it in, backed it into the Bowser, filled it up again, pushed it into the paddock, left it there, and put the bus into the city.
Wow. Sunhoney, do you have headphones on?
No, I don't.
Well, shame on you.
Yeah, well, it's an iPhone 11, and I've lost the proper headphones.
Because there's a adapter for it, isn't there? Yep.
Yeah, I need to go find another pair.
That's the crappy part about Apple, is there's freaking adapter for an adapter for the adapter.
I can't believe I've lost the headphones. Is my problem.
Oh yeah. So you could go to your grocery store and buy a cheap set of headphones if it was a normal phone, but nope. $1,000 phone doesn't have a headphone jack anymore. What a concept.
Could not spend $1,000 on a phone. I can assure you that.
Computer, how much does a new iPhone cost?
To learn more about iPhones and purchase options, please go to Amazon.
Oh, you're going to push me to the Amazon. To hell with you.
Look, it's an 11. It's not even the 11 Pro. It's like the base 11.
Computer, how much does a iPhone 11 cost?
To learn more about iPhones and purchase options, please go to Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you can tell who owns the computer, eh?
Yeah, because it's Amazon that owns the little computer assistant there. Yep.
Hey, if I can just comment something in the chat. Oregon Coast Green Man. He said, "Good luck getting fresh produce at 15 mile an hour." Now you're thinking inside the box, and that's where they want you to think, mate. And that's because you've got all these vast areas out there where there's mass production. What's wrong with community level production? So that's what I'm all about here. We've got our seed bank. We're figuring out where we're going with everything. Some folks are going to be doing this. Some folks are going to be doing that. My little sideline here, I'm going to be making biodiesel. All this sort of stuff and that. But other folks are going big time into the food production. So they'll do the salad stuff. Other folks will do meat and butchery and all that sort of stuff.
Exactly.
Make everything community-based. Then
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about 15 mile an hour because it's all within 5 miles of you.
Or in
Unless
my
you're
case,
living in the city.
in my case, the farmer's market is about a mile from my house. So if you live in town here, you're about a mile away from the farmer's market that's every Thursday. And that's just the farmer's market. And there's people that grow locally. You got your own garden. So, you know, your average grocery store is about 2 or 3 miles from your house if you live in any city or town. So that's, I don't know what you mean by good luck getting fresh produce, because it's going to be at your grocery store still. And again, you're saying, well, the trucks go 60, 75 miles an hour to take the produce down the road. They wouldn't have to anymore because the semis would not be needed in that case. It could be more localized growing and localized delivery. Now, you're not going to be able to get bananas, but we don't need to eat bananas. It's not a thing that we need to survive. Bananas are actually spiking your blood sugar, causing prediabetes, especially if you don't get enough exercise. So bananas are technically bad for you. So what's the best thing you can eat? Grass-fed beef, eggs, you know, vegetables every now and then. That's the good stuff. So we don't need all this processed food in the stores. So 15 miles an hour would work.
Yeah, I agree. It'd bring things, a life down to a livable level, because let's face it, a lot of problems that people have is because life is so fast and they just can't keep up with it.
Yeah, and I get so frustrated because last night I was on a panel, I was talking to Brett, and he was telling me his drive to work. And I'm thinking, oh my God, he does it every day. And the wear and tear it puts on your vehicle, the time you're spending in that vehicle, and the time you're spending away from your family if you have one, the money you're spending on gas, that could be time that you could get back growing a garden or doing absolutely nothing. What if I just want to do nothing for those 4 hours a day that I would be in my vehicle? So all that stuff people need to think about. You're sitting in your car for 3 or 4 hours a day, sometimes 2. You're not getting paid for that time. It's costing you gas money, and you're getting frustrated, so it's messing up your body chemistry. And then when you get to work, that's when you start making money. So then the first hour or 2 or 3 hours of the day that you're working goes towards your car payment, sometimes more. So finally you're at the halfway through the day, you're starting to make money for your groceries and your family. So it just doesn't make sense to be working so far away from home. And when we could all, especially with today's technology, most people can work from home unless you're a factory worker, and you're going to be replaced by robots in the next 10 years anyway.
Well, let's hope not.
Well, most people will be.
But I know exactly what you're saying, and that's with there. So I on the side make knives, and I used to travel to markets in the big city to sell them. So I'd go to places like Ballarat and Bendigo and Melbourne, and that's a 4-hour drive either way you're going. If I'm going to Adelaide, that's a 6-hour drive. You know what I mean? So by the time you drive there, you do your market, then you get an Airbnb for overnight to come home and then driving back the next day. You've got to make $800 from the market sales to make it all worthwhile to cover your costs. And instead of doing that, I just reverted back to doing the agricultural work and that, but making furniture. And I sell it online. And then you've got cargo companies and or courier companies. They pick up and they deliver. And I didn't have to travel. So this is what we've set up here. And now I don't even do that. I give it to agents. They buy the stuff off me, stick it in their stores, and they display it. And so I don't have to travel much at all.
Right. So
Still got to work.
Somebody in the chat said robot.
Formal work is local stuff.
Somebody in the chat said robot service technician growing market ? Well, yes, but that's going to be a niche skill set. Most people don't have the knack for working on electronics. I'm lucky enough to, it comes natural to me. I know that sounds crazy, but what doesn't come natural to me is spelling, math, but guess what came natural to me as a child? Electronics. I understand how it all works. Somehow that's just something that was a gift to me. So for some reason, that's my gift. So that would be one of my jobs, I guess, is working on robots. But if you want to build a robot weapon, I've already invented one, and I'm working on it, and I think that's going to be an important thing in the future. But you'd never guess how simple it is. I'll tell you what it is. It's basically a water gun or cannon that's filled with salt, soap, and water. And those three ingredients.
Okay, add some. There's some oils out there that actually lessen the viscosity of water, so it's actually thinner, and increases the conductivity of the water, so you don't need your salt.
Well, that would be harder to come by, though. I'm just talking about simple ingredients because salt is easy to find, soap is easy, and so is water. But yeah, what you're saying would be beneficial to penetrate the crevices because you want to short the robot out. You're exactly right. That's the whole concept. You want it to short out, and that's the whole deal. So robot weapons are going to be important.
Do you use neem oil over there as a insecticide or an insect inhibitor?
Neem oil?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't have any. I don't kill insects, so.
A lot of people in America don't know what neem oil is.
It only kills the babies. It clogs up their breathing fluids. So you mix a little bit of detergent and neem oil with a shitload of water, and just spray it on any electrical device. It'll find the cracks in. It'll get through the gaps in the plastic sealed chips, isolinear chips.
So
it'll get through there, short everything out.
Neem oil, okay.
Yeah, neem, N-E-E-M. I used to put it into some of the soaps I made as an insect repellent for hunters, people that are out in the woods a lot that were bothered by bugs.
All right, let's look that up.
That's the one.
Neem.
It's very viscous, it's brown, and it smells like garlic.
Neem oil.
Yep, and as soon as you put it in with water and a little bit of detergent, the water actually becomes thinner. It loses viscosity. It's a weird effect.
Really? Yep. So it's about $10.
But it increases the conductivity of the water by about 300%.
So it increases it more than salt does, what you're saying?
Pretty much the same.
Same as salt?
Not much difference.
Okay. Well, another thing is you could take ocean water, and that would work as well.
Yeah, that's got that's naturally thinner than fresh water. It's slightly less viscous than fresh water because of the mineral content in it that breaks it down.
Yep. There's like 93 different minerals in ocean water. It sounds
the opposite of what it is. It's got more in it, so you think it's going to be more viscous and thicker, but it's actually the opposite.
Yeah, isn't that weird how that works? Neem oil. Triple action. Triple action. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you're looking on Amazon. I used to get mine from a soap supply place, and let me look here. I think the name of the soap supply place is. Hang on.
Walmart has it. You can get it at China Mart.
I used to get a lot of my soap making supplies from a company called Brambleberry.
Brambleberry. Ace Hardware sells it.
Yeah, but the Brambleberry is definitely skin safe.
Yeah, I find that.
So,
You want cold pressed neem oil because there's a lot of adulterated stuff out there.
Okay.
right.
So there is even crappy neem oil. Isn't that crazy?
Right, and that's back to the reason why I would get a lot of my soap making supplies from someone who, dealt and made sure that all of their products were, came from good sources and that were skin safe and that they weren't creating a cosmetic issue if you were going to be reselling the soap.
Y'all are making my robot weapon a lot more complicated. I'm just going to use salt, water, and soap.
What about lemon juice? That's nice and corrosive.
No, we're not trying to corrode it. This is an immediate thing. Here's what's going to happen. A robot's going to show up to your door one day and serve you papers because you didn't pay your property tax or some kind of thing with child support payment or whatever.
Wait a minute. You act like it's going to knock or something. It's just going to use a laser and cut your door down.
No, this is not the Terminator. It's going to serve you papers, and there's going to be a camera and a microphone on it. And then when you spray soap on the robot with this solution, they're going to arrest you eventually. So when you damage the robot, that's going to be another crime. But if you need to in a crunch, I'm going to definitely have a robot weapon.
All you need is a sprinkler on the lawn, and that the robot comes up your driveway, and that you got your sprinkler on, and that and all that. So, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware anybody was there. Oh, your robot's on fire. Oh, heck, what do I do? What do I do?
Hey, that's a good idea. I thought about putting some water weapons at my front door, but then that would be an obvious weapon. But yeah, I could have my sprinkler system where I can inject salt and and soap, but that'd be obvious too. So I guess I could just do the salt.
Oregon Coast Green Man, yeah, he's right. Don't use neem oil on certain stuff, especially if you're going to smoke it, and it'll taste ridiculous. My friends did that, and they coughed their guts up.
Huh. So
Yeah, I only made one batch of some soap with it. It was very pungent.
So if you sprayed on the old lettuce there, the left-hand lettuce, that it will it'll cause you some lung issues, is what you're saying?
Yeah. If you on your combustible vegetation and that, yeah, don't use it on that.
Gotcha. Learn something new every day. See, that's what this is all about.
See, it's great on beetroot leaves, potato leaves, sweet potato leaves, especially that bug that you get over there. We don't get it over here. I think you call it Japanese beetle. It gets into the sweet potatoes. We're lucky we don't get that thing here. But a friend of mine over there in Tennessee, he was scratching his head, and he doesn't like using harsh chemicals, and he used the neem oil, and it knocked off all the babies. It doesn't kill the adults, and that because they can clean themselves better. But it effectively blocks up all their breathing holes, and they die. And that's how it works. It's not actually a toxin. It becomes sticky when it comes in contact with it, and the bugs all exude something to clean themselves with, and it reacts with that, and it makes like a glue. And if you have a look at the dead bugs, they're all shiny. And because the stuff, after a while, it dries, and it dries like a lacquer. I was always wondering if I could turn it.
Why doesn't every home in the U.S.
around to...
Sorry.
Say again?
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, I was gonna have an experiment to see about making lacquers out of that, because I've been looking at what they were doing with spider silk and other bug juices and that, and they're amazing. But I never got around to play with it, and I probably never will. But I just thought it was interesting how it reacted and how it actually kills the bugs.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with insects here. There's enough vegetation for them to eat, so it's a pretty balanced ecosystem, but I can understand if you live somewhere where you shred all the time, and there's nothing for the grasshoppers to eat, and it's not a balanced ecosystem, how those things can get out of hand.
You know, that's a future thing that people are not thinking about. Like, once society does break down, your local government and all that sort of authorities are not going to be picking up the dead animals on the side of the road. They're not going to be processing sewage or garbage and all that sort of thing. You're going to be responsible for that, and some people won't be responsible. And so you'll have a lot more flies, insects, and all that sort of stuff. You think you've got problems with bugs now. Give it 10 years after shit hits the fan, and that and services stop. It'll be really, really bad.
Right.
So I keep on telling folks the fly masks, they're just like a hood made out of soft material to keep the flies off your face and all that sort of thing. Get a packet of 10 of those and then just put them away, just in case.
Yep.
They're cheap. You can buy them for a packet of 10's like $10.
So I don't have the ability to merge two calls together, but I would like to test something. Somebody just called. Can Loud Red, I think I have the right chat name, can you Facebook message me, and I'll see if we can have two Facebook messengers going at the same time? We're kind of building our own stream wall here, our own stream yard.
I'm still here. I'm just muting my mic to make it easier.
Appreciate it. Yeah, you with your nice little iPhone without a headphone jack. Sorry. I know, I'll stop. No, I won't.
Look, do we really want to go into the story of why I actually own this phone? But we're not going to waste time on that.
No, that's okay. All right, so I got some footage of one of these airplanes that you have built there.
Yep.
That's cool. Wow.
That's the base model with a Rotax engine by the looks of it.
So that's an electric start engine there?
Yeah, by the looks of it. I can't say for sure on that, but the top looks awful similar to an older Rotax branded engine.
Okay, so
Just
it
like
looks
a
like a
top.
inline 4 is what he's got there. I see 4 spark plugs.
No, it's a dual cylinder, twin cylinder.
So it
setup.
fires on the exhaust and the intake, or it's got 2 spark plugs on the combustion side.
Yeah, got dual plugs.
So that's for redundancy, I guess, for
And they mount these
backup.
to each other.
So he stalled his engine right there. Is that something that you do all the time?
It happens when I do stupid stuff and that, like play aerobatics. You got to remember, I'm using a motorcycle engine with no injectors. Now, if you tip any sort of car engine or whatever on the side, all the fuel in the bowl runs to one side, and you starve your engine of fuel. So to get it back on level ground, and that you'd need to restart it. So I can reach up and just kick it over again and all that sort of thing. So it's good. But I don't rely on the electronics to do it, because half your problems are electrical.
You got it.
And
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to hang up because there's other people in the chat. Looks like they want to join into the fun.
Well, I want you to stay online just for a second. I got Loud Red trying to. I want to see. Okay, it keeps hanging up on her. Huh. So okay, you go ahead and hang up, Sunhoney, and we'll see if Loud Red can come in after you hang up. So.
All right, see you guys in chat.
All right. Later.
All right, I'll do the same, and I'll keep on going with the chat. But I've got to do some running around here as well.
All right.
That time of day, so I've got critters out the back here calling out, and I've got chooks asking to be fed and everything else. So
All
I'm
right.
going to go ahead and do that.
Sounds
and,
good.
I'll see you in chat in a few minutes.
All right. Looks like Pure Knight's going to be calling in, and Loud Red's going to be on Facebook. So appreciate your call, and I'll talk to you later.
Beautiful.
All right. All right, bye.
No worries. Cheers, folks.
Later. All right, so the call-in lines are all open now, and Loud Red, if you want to do the Facebook thing, if you want to come into Facebook now, it should work. And Pure Night, if you want to call in now, or I can call you back, however you want to do it. So let me call you. Let's do that. So it should be ringing.
You have reached
778.
Please leave your message after the tone. After leaving a message, you can hang up or press pound for more options.
Nope. All right. There, I think I talked over his number. All right. So let's see. So are you there?
I think so.
All right. So it says 2 participants. That would be us. All right. So that's weird how it wouldn't let you connect to me. All right, here we go. Caller, you're on the air?
Yeah, it's me, dude. That was funny.
Oh, yeah, I was talking over your phone number. I think I did a pretty good job.
I'm not too worried about it. You know what? Whatever. I got friends all over the world. It's no big deal.
That's cool. All right, so yeah, I finally got my system set up where I can take calls and do a Facebook message. So it's kind of like a old school panel. You know, where people.
Yeah, cool. No, right on, man. I'm glad I could help and be your test subject. I'm just not taking the Kool-Aid, man. I'm not doing the Jim Jones thing.
Yeah, I don't do the Kool-Aid either, man. I'm all about freedom. And
I love it that you're in Austin, man. I love your city symbol, man. Keep Austin weird.
Yeah.
I love that. That is so cool.
Yeah, isn't that true? We have bumper stickers that that say, "Enjoy Austin, live in Elgin."
Oh yeah, I've seen those. Yeah,
Yep.
I lived in Texas a long time ago. I lived in Sugar Land, right outside of Houston, when I was in the oil industry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Austin was great, man. You guys are crazy down there. Oh my God, you guys know how to have fun.
Yeah, Austin was a lot cooler back in the early '90s, but you know, it's kind of gone California on us. And
well, yeah. They found out where the cool spot was to go, and all of a sudden everybody infiltrated Austin.
Yeah, there's commercials.
Joe Rogan going.
Yep, there's commercials on our local TV channels, and guess what the commercial's called? Okay, on the commercial, anybody in the chat want to guess what the commercial is about and the company? So if you can just name what the commercial's about in the company, I'll be impressed.
Oh, God, I can only imagine at this point in time now.
It's something to do with California.
I knew it. I knew it.
All right, so it's called California Closets. So there's so many people from California that are moving to this area that there's a company that advertises on TV called California Closets. Yeah.
That's the people that remake your closets and shelves and put up different brackets and hangers for your clothes, right? Those people?
I don't know what it is, but it's nuts, man. It's just, that's when you know there's too many people moving. Like today, you know, just crossing the highway. It really wasn't that bad of traffic when I was doing the bike ride, but sometimes you can't even cross the highway in a bike like that. It's just, today it kind of got frustrating.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Wow. There is an average of 150 people moving to the Austin, just Austin alone every day. I don't know what the stats still are.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That many, eh?
Yeah. I don't know if it's still that way, but I would assume that it's probably more if you kind of add Hutto, Elgin, Pflugerville, Round Rock, Bastrop. You know, Bastrop's a hopping place.
Yeah, you guys are all close together, and they're just going to start expanding like huge suburbs now, right?
Yeah, and you know, Taylor is getting the Samsung. They're building that new Samsung plant, and they're talking about expanding that thing like 11 times bigger than what it is.
Are you kidding me? Seriously?
No, they're talking about having. They're talking about having different. They're building the new Samsung chip plant right outside of Taylor, Texas. So that's in between me and Taylor. Yeah, it'll be probably, as the crow flies, maybe 10 miles from here. And they're talking about taking over more property, more farmland. Because, see, there's tons of farmland out here and tons of water. So you need water for processing the chips, and you need land.
Yeah.
And, you know, Austin's kind of the Silicon Valley of Texas, you know. It used to be called Silicon Hills. I have a poster behind me when I worked in Austin.
I noticed that.
That's an old Silicon Hills poster from 1994 when I worked at Continuum. But anyway, so there's a lot of techie people in Austin.
Okay, but you know what's going to happen in the next 2 years, right? Because I don't know if you've been paying attention to Lake Mead. There's something really weird going on there, man. That's not natural, man, for that to be dropping 2 to 3 feet every day.
So what's dropping 2 or 3 feet every day?
There's something weird going on there, man. And that's 35 million people that rely on the water.
So wait.
Electricity.
Back up there. What did you say that's dropping 2 or 3 feet a day?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I watch Sin City Outdoors and a couple other people that live in the Vegas area, and they go out there every day on their little flat-bottom boats, and they cruise out, and they go and show you, like, look how much it drops every day.
And what's dropping? That's what I didn't get. What's dropping 2 or 3 feet every day?
Lake Mead. It's the biggest reservoir in the United States, man. Arizona, Nevada, and Southern California depend on it for water and electricity. That's 35 million people, man. And it's almost a dead pool.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah. It's a very frightening thing, and nobody talks about it. It really freaks me out. It's like, what? You guys aren't paying attention to this? That's 35 million people that are all of a sudden going to go, what do we do now?
Well, they'll be moving to areas like this.
Austin.
Yeah, exactly. They're coming here to steal our water. And that's a thing about this area is we live on top of something called the Carrizo Wilcox. So it's an abundant amount of water, it's just...
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah,
it's literally springs coming out of the ground around here. Well...
Oh, it's awesome, isn't it?
It used to be springs, and then until they started pulling on the formation, and now the springs are not there, but you only have to, the water level is about 21 feet down now. So
yeah, the aquifer. Yeah,
yeah.
You're talking about the aquifer. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is actually a Wilcox, so it's not recharged by the rainfall like you would think, because the aquifers are like open chambers.
It's all underground rivers. Yeah,
yep, exactly.
Aquifer,
so I live on top of a river. We hit a formation at 33 feet and 55 feet. I have 2 different formations, and it's the outcropping of the Wilcox. So it's the clean water that doesn't have all the red iron in it. So it's like when the water's closer to the surface, when it's being pushed out.
You're talking copper dialysis. That's why it's red.
It's clean. When you have to go to the people think this. It's just the opposite of what you think. People think the deep water is a cleaner water. No, it's this. Now I'm talking about Wilcoxes here, not aquifers. So the water, when it's being pushed to the surface, is ready. It's presenting itself to be where you can drink it. Is what I'm getting at. So.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the cleaner water.
It's like when you're drilling for a water well. Like there's 2 differences.
Yeah.
You can have the good water or the bad water. It depends on how much money you want to pay for drilling.
Yeah,
that's what it worked out to be.
Yeah, and Austin's on top of an aquifer, so their water is actually it's like a big dome under the ground. It's recharged by rainfall. So without rainfall, Austin goes dry, and and within probably 1,000 feet from me or 2,000 feet is where, or maybe 3,000. Anyway, is where the Wilcox line starts. The Carrizo, so that's where the outcropping starts.
Right.
Yeah. So Lake Mead. Let's pull that up. Let's see if we can find.
Yeah, pull it up, dude. And there was an explosion there yesterday in one of the pump houses, man. So I'm pretty sure that one of the turbines went tits up, man, and blew up.
Water level. Lake Mead dropping water level. So do you think...
Oh, it's scary dropping fast, man, and I don't think that's natural. That is not natural whatsoever how fast that's dropping. There's no way that's natural. No way.
Here's a 3-minute video. So this is titled Lake Mead Water Level Continues to Drop. Here we go. This is some kind of ABC report, it looks like. Dangerous drought, Lake Mead. Yeah, look at that.
It's crazy. It's crazy how fast it's dropping, man. It's so crazy, dude.
So is it lack of rainfall, or is it a consumption of water?
It's fed by the Colorado River, man. Okay, for one.
All right, here we go. I'm going to pause
so
this
the Rocky
right there.
Mountains. Okay.
Okay, look at
Martha
this.
Mosher's in the house.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fed by the Colorado River, man, from the Rocky Mountains. So I don't understand why it's dropping so fast and dead pooling and puddling everywhere. And that's not natural, man. Something's going on. They're keeping their mouth shut about it. That water's going somewhere, man.
Huh. Well, they're doing the same thing
Yeah, Martha's
here.
from Las Vegas. She knows.
Yeah, all right. I promised that I would wrench you up to promote your channel there, Martha. So you're not getting a wrench to be a moderator. You're getting your wrench to promote your channel. If anybody has a channel that they want to promote, jump into the chat, and I'll give you a wrench, and you can drop the link of your channel.
I just started, but I'm not there yet. But I'll figure it out one day. I've only got 3 videos up, so I'm not really there yet.
It's all good. I mean, if you want to promote it, I'll wrench you up, you know. So.
Oh, I appreciate it. I'm not asking, but I appreciate it.
I mean, back in the day when we could take a channel from 30-something subs to 1,000, you'd probably be jumping all over that. But it's the channel's got a little bit less momentum right now, but that's okay. But there's a lot less pressure. So I'm just still blown away by these pictures here. 1983.
Isn't that crazy?
You can see where they built it to, you know, the walkways were right over the water and the road was right there. Right? And then now look way down there, and that's where the water level is.
That is not normal. That is so not normal. I am sorry. That is not natural normal. No, that water is being taken somewhere, and they're not telling you.
Well, they're stealing our water from this area, and they're sending it to San Antonio. So they're doing the same thing here, but we can't see it because it's underground. You see what I'm saying?
Well, San Antonio, it's because it's like little Venice in Texas, right? They have all those little waterways and stuff. And
yeah, and San Antonio doesn't have the water like we have here, so they're stealing it from us and sending it to San Antonio. But water is going to be the next weapon, or it's going to be used as the next tool for control is the best way to put it.
That's why I totally honestly think that that's just what's happening to Lake Mead, Lake Powell, Hoover Dam. That water's being siphoned off somewhere, and they're not talking about it, and they're just letting people think, oh, it's just how things happen now. Not that quick, sorry. It doesn't happen that quick.
Well, they could be shifting the rain patterns with the geoengineering as well, too. So, Loud Red, are you still on? You still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have any input on this water level dropping?
Sin City Outdoors, yeah.
I started watching Sin City Outdoors maybe 2 weeks ago, and found out about that.
Those guys are great, eh?
It's absolutely insane how many hundreds of feet it has receded in.
Is it not scary? It's scary.
It is just insane.
That is not natural. I'm sorry, but that is not natural.
They're not going to replace it either. If you watch that channel, you talk to the people there, they're not going to replace it. It's not going to get any better. And that's on purpose, in my opinion.
Wow.
No. And 35 million people rely on the Hoover Dam. Not only 35 million people in America, but Mexico also relies on the Hoover Dam. Yeah. You probably didn't know that, but...
So that's connected into the grid. That's like a good... you're saying it hits the grid pretty hard with the generators there.
Oh, yeah. Huge.
Absolutely.
All right.
Like, I did the math. like Arizona, Nevada, and Southern California. It adds up to 35 million people that depend on water and electricity from the Hoover Dam.
All right, so I'm on Sin Cities right now. So I'm going to subscribe. I'm going to click the bell. Thank you for the, I'll put the link in the chat here. So this is Sin Cities.
And you know the dude straight up because he's ex-military. So he knows what he's talking about. He's been fishing there for decades. So he knows what he's talking about.
Yep, he sure has.
All right, here we go. Boom. All right. So do you think that turbine that blew up or whatever that blew up was because it's working harder or it's not cooling itself right?
It didn't have enough water to cool itself, and it overworked itself, and it blew up.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. And see, that is like a butterfly effect. So that's kind of like
100%.
Canary in the coal mine there. I mean, look at that footage. Look at that.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
It's not natural. I'm telling you right now, that is not natural. That is not how fast a lake dries up.
Look, you can see how fast it dries up. Look at the ring on the side of that hill there. You can see how much it dropped here recently. Wow.
Exactly.
That white
and
ring.
that's within the last few months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Scary, right?
That's trippy. Wow.
That's pretty scary.
Yeah, that's nuts.
You know, that little road they're standing on right now, there's signs all the way up the road from every year of where the water level was.
Oh, here we go. 2018. All right. Wow. So I guess they're having to build more concrete and asphalt to get closer to the water now.
Correct. And it's millions and millions of dollars to do this, man.
2021. All right. So, do you want me to pull up his audio?
Yeah, if you want to.
It was 2021. Want you to see where the water is at right now and why people are interested about this subject. It's way there. So you're telling me in the last 6 months to a year, probably around that time, the water dropped. I don't know, it's 350 yards to the water now. We're gonna get a closer look. We're gonna go see what's going on, talk about this a little bit, and get more information on it. So stay tuned. A lot of information coming. Let's go get it.
It's a little bit humid today. There's actually some new news that they were talking about.
Folks, get your video on that. There's just been an incident here.
My goodness, something's just blown out.
We got somebody here today also that you guys like. Juju! What's up? Coming out. Check on the water levels, see what's popping.
Like a year or two ago, we went almost a whole year without measurable rain.
Crazy how it gets like that. And the weirdest thing too is yesterday it was raining and everything. We had to go home early, and then later that day I had a game and the rain just stopped and I ended up having to play in like over 100-degree weather. It's weird how it just changes like that.
Right on the other side looks like blue skies, so we got a little bit of hope, but I don't want to get rained on today, so.
All right, dale gas. All right, so we're out here doing a little bit of fishing, but we're also going to vlog. Right here we have a boat. One of the boats that's been, you know, at one time it was probably 150 feet below water. Right here, this water tower is pretty cool. Check that out on the bottom.
How's it going?
Didn't even see you up there. You look so small.
Wow.
All right, so we're gonna come out here, do some exploring. We're also gonna talk about what the people that run the dam are saying is gonna happen to the water. They're saying that it will be approximately 20 feet lower by the end of the year. And they're saying they do believe that it will drop past the 1,000 above sea level mark. So that was very interesting that they announced that, because you know, a lot of people weren't thinking it was gonna go below.
Feet left.
What is it now?
43 feet left before it goes to dead pool. That means that they can't make any like electric energy, and they can't send water down the line because the water level is too low to go over the dam.
So this guy just said that it's going to drop another 20 feet by the end of the year?
by the end of the summer.
By the end of the summer. Okay, so that means by this time next year, it's going to be dead pool.
No, in about 3.5, 4 weeks, it's going to be dead pool, dude.
Okay, but at the end of the summer is got like a couple of months. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe by
September. They're looking by September.
Either way, within the next year, for sure, it's going to be dead pool.
No, it's going to be quicker than that. It's dropping faster and faster and faster, man. It's unreal how fast it's dropping, dude. There's people out there every day filming this.
So somebody in the chat said Nestle is taking water from a lot of places too, and I guess reselling it.
Oh, they've been stealing from British Columbia, Canada for like almost 10 years now, up in Hope. Yeah, they're stealing it right off our aquifer. They pay pennies on the metric ton of water they take out. It's unbelievable, man.
Wow. All right, I want to finish watching this here. So, but if anybody wants to add anything, just cut in and I'll pause the video if you want to say something.
The 1,000 mark, but they pretty much confirmed it. So we don't know how long it's going to take to get to that mark, but it's going to get there 100% is what they're saying. So one of the things people are interested in is the intake. This is intake number 1. We used to think it was number 2, but this is actually number 1. So intake number 2 is still below us. I don't know how many feet, 40, 50 feet, something like that. But intake number 3 is the one that everybody's been talking about. They made it way at the bottom of the deepest part of the lake, and Vegas will pretty much never lose water unless this thing completely dries up. But for people in California, at 895 is dead pool here, which means the Hoover Dam can no longer push water downstream. That is like you're not going to receive any water coming down this river anymore. So yeah, let's take a look at this thing. People are interested in it. Let's get a closer look.
All right, so just to get this straight here, let me back up. So intake 1.
There's 3 intakes. Okay?
Yeah.
So intake 1 and intake 2 are very close together, but they have a lower intake at the bottom of the lake.
They're saying. So one of the things people are interested in is the intake. This is intake number 1. We used to think it was number 2, but this is actually number 1. So intake number 2 is still below us.
All right, so here we go. So intake 1 is at 1,050 feet, and that's what feeds Vegas with power?
Yes.
Or no, intake 3 is the power. Water. Intake 3 is the power.
Power and water, yeah.
Okay, so intake 1 is for the water to go to California?
Right, because they get 28% of Lake Mead. It's all the water rates and all the deals, right? So California is the first one that gets shut off. And then it's Arizona and Nevada.
So is Arizona and Nevada in intake 2, or are they in intake 1 as well?
Arizona and Nevada are intake 2 and intake 3. But once it gets to intake 3, that's pretty much garbage water. It's all algae and it's like bottom feeder crap, man.
So that'll just be for power production, and that's it.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess if I would do this video right, y'all could see it better. Here we go. Sorry about that. So
scary, right?
It's crazy. Yeah. See, I didn't, I'm in Texas where I live on top of an abundance of water, so water's not an issue here. It is in Austin, but not here. So, all right. So let's finish this here.
I don't know how many feet, 40, 50 feet, something like that. But intake number 3 is the one that everybody's been talking about. They made it way at the bottom of the deepest part of the lake, and Vegas will pretty much never lose water unless this thing completely dries up. But for people in California, at 895 is dead pool here, which means the Hoover Dam can no longer push water downstream. That is like you're not going to receive any water coming down this river anymore. So yeah, let's take a look at this thing. People are interested in it. Let's get a closer look. You can see that the water level has dropped pretty good. I'll show you some
2 weeks ago.
And wow. It might not look that big, but that's over 12 feet high.
Last time we came out was a little over 2 weeks ago. We haven't been able to come out with the rain, but that big rusty box right there is almost completely out of water. So one of the times, oh, I got a fish. What the? Yeah, I got a little fish. That's my bait right here in a bit. But that big rusty box right there, the concrete foundation for that or something is almost high and dry.
So up
That's
here,
not
this
normal.
tower, sometimes you might think that it's small, but look at that. That's a work truck up there. Because sometimes it's hard to see size like reference. So yeah, that thing's massive. The water used to be up, you know, to the base of that thing. So very interesting. Right, Ju?
Yep. I didn't even realize it was that big till that truck was up there. That's crazy.
The water is right at this crease here. So we'll remember that for next time.
It's hard to actually say where the water level is because they don't update it day by day from, you know, the graphs that I've seen. So when I say that this lake's at 1,040 something foot, that's above sea level. So they're not counting the deepest spot of this lake. This lake's not 1,000 foot deep, but we're talking about 1,040 foot above sea level is our current water level. So the second intake tower is at 1,000 foot of water. So it is still, you know, 40 foot deep. And we won't be expecting to see that one anytime soon. And the third one, that third straw they dug, is 860 foot below water. So we're gonna be good for a little while. The true fact is that just nobody knows how fast to expect the water level to drop, because everything that I've heard about predictions on where they're predicting the water level to be in a year and 2 years, they're trying to predict it out far, and they've just been way off.
It cleared up for a minute, it passes by. Now we have like a 2-hour window, and then there's gonna be like 15 to probably 17 mile an hour winds, which we don't want to get caught in. So we're watching very carefully. I can care less about the rain, it's just that lightning. You do not want to be on this boat when that lightning hits, trust me. It might seem pretty rare. Oh, 1 out of 1,000,000 people get hit by lightning. But it looks like we're 1 out of 2,000,000 people from Las Vegas that are out here on the water right now. And number 2 is sitting here under rain clouds with this fishing pole. You know, while everyone else is at home in Vegas.
Have you ever seen what happens to a fishing pole when it gets struck by lightning?
Yeah, this whole thing just shreds.
It turns to a bunch of like hairs.
So we got a 100% chance of the ones being the guys getting killed by lightning. So there was a question asked. Actually, a lot of you guys asked the question, why is there a World War II Higgins boat sitting over here in the bottom of Lake Mead? And we forgot, I don't know why, but we forgot to put it in the last video. It got lost in all the footage, but Lake Mead actually purchased it. Just like after Iraq and everything else, when they're done with some of the vehicles, they just auction them off. They started using it to transport men up north to search for a spot to put the other dam. I don't think there's a record of why it sunk, but it ended up on the bottom of the lake. Alright, start casting up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go closer.
Hello everyone, my name is Sean Woodruff from Pro Pride Hitch. For over 26 years I've been helping customers eliminate trailers.
Alright, I'm coming behind you. Get one that'll be up on the Jeep.
Oh, you bit your bait, yeah. There you go. Yeah, they're trying to eat it. You got it. There you go, Jim. Double hook up. Get him. I got one. Double hook up. Double hook up.
Double hook up.
Oh, I lost mine. Dang.
How big is he?
telling you.
Oh, he's small.
It's not that. It's not that.
Yeah, I might have to listen to it.
All right, so I'm going to pause it for a second.
Being stolen.
So you really think the water's being stolen, and I'm thinking it's just the weather patterns are changing, or they're either modifying
Not that
the water.
quick. Sorry, man. Not that quick. No. And if you go look on a satellite image, go look where the water is supposed to come down from the Colorado River. Why is it all of a sudden not coming into Lake Mead? That riverbed is dry now. Why is that? It comes off the Rocky Mountains. That's a everyday thing. And now it's dry? No. The water's being stolen. It's being taken somewhere.
So, on your thoughts, do you think Vegas is just going to...
Vegas is dead. Palm Springs is dead. All Southern California farming, forget it. That's gone.
That
no
sucks
water, no
because
electricity.
we have 3 radio stations in San Bernardino. So are we screwed?
Oh, Southern California is screwed. So is Arizona. So is Nevada.
So we should sell our radio station right now, is what you're saying?
Water.
Should I sell our? Should I talk my dad into selling the radio stations?
No, keep the radio stations. You'll have to have like some kind of outlet. You know, you can always make money off of a radio station, but just ship them in bottled water every once in a while.
All right. So let's. We still got about This is a 20-minute video. We're 8 minutes and 30 seconds. I want to finish this one out real quick.
Got him. Yep.
So, is this the best channel for updates on this?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
You can watch him or the other me. His name is Mark. He goes out there all the time too.
Can somebody put that in the chat?
I can do it for you.
You can't put a link unless I give you a wrench. So, what's your chat name?
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Well, I can hand you a wrench to put links in.
Oh, okay. There you go. Okay.
What's your chat name? Your Knight, Pure Knight.
Yeah, that's me.
All right, hold on. Let's see. Say something in the chat so I can wrench you up. All right, say something in the chat. I'll give you a wrench to post the link, and then we'll finish this video.
How big is he? Little guy. All right, so we were driving to our next location. We saw a boil. Those of you who know fishing understand what a boil is. A bunch of these little fish. They school up shad, and we throw baits that look like shad, and it's easy to catch. Oh man, he pooped on you. All right.
All right. First fish of the day. When you got all those treble hooks and they keep rolling, they get hooked up more, but there's a monster for the day. These little guys, this is a tiny little guy, but I'm trying to catch another one.
All right, G, I'm gonna zoom in on your bait. Splash it.
They're little.
There's Juju's bait right there.
I got bit.
Yeah, pop it, let it sit. There you go.
So is the rest of this video just fishing?
Oh!
Also.
Oh, he came off.
He came. Yeah, mainly the gill plate and the dorsal fin.
Hang it. All right, so we just hit. We lift up the trim on the back, Jew. All right, so we just hit. All of our videos that we came out here, we used to go along that thing, and we used to show up to El Punto. That's what we call the boat. We used to show up there. It's all dried up, can't get through there anymore. There's only one way through. We gotta go around. So this is the lowest we've ever seen it right here. Let's get out of here. I'm getting stuck. Oh man, this vulture was eating a fish. We scared him. Dang it.
I don't know what the reason for it is, but as the water goes down, it's got like a green tint to it. Maybe there's a big algae bloom going on or something. The water's 86.5 degrees back here. So that's very likely, but it's super muddy looking and green.
If it is the algae bloom, don't swim in that stuff. If it looks really green, make you itch.
Yeah, we'll have to make sure, but that stuff, it doesn't look clean.
So over there by where that rock was and everything, that's where Juju was catching the tilapia with a net, messing around.
Look how green this water is. There's a bunch of algae starting to grow down there. If you guys remember last time, like Senior was saying, right there, Juju caught those tilapia. We are seriously probably, I guess, 3 foot down, 4 foot. It looks like a lot because it's slanted, but that's probably 4 foot of water, 3 foot. And look at this whole valley. So there's that boat everybody likes looking at. Every YouTuber's literally filmed it. Every news channel, everybody. Almost completely dried off from that side now. So
that's where we used to come through right there.
Yeah, we used to like driving through right there around, and we could get out through right here. So since it can't be marked anymore, the water level using this boat and a lot of the stuff in this canyon, I'm gonna walk up here a little bit higher every time from now on and film it from up here. There's the infamous boat. You could see a lot of grass has grown around it. That mud that was wet probably was super fertile. Just look how far away this boat is from the edge now. If you guys remember my very first video out here, it was up to those speed gauges. The next time we came out, it was at the bottom of the boat. The next time a little bit farther, Senior got stuck in the mud there. And now this time, man, it really went down. You can't even get the water and the boat in the same pan anymore. I got a pan way over here, even farther.
Wow.
And then there it is with Juju right there fishing. So this whole thing is beginning to dry up. Pretty soon here, this entire little spot is gonna be gone. So this cove right here is the one that had that barrel in it that was full of cement. You could barely see it, just the tip of it is right there. It got submerged by grass. So that's pretty far out of the water now. As you can see, water's way down here.
It's about 35 yards from the barrel to the water. I mean, I have no words. It's just so crazy. When we first started making these videos, I would see the water drop and I would say, okay, it dropped 5 feet, maybe it's gonna stop or something, but it's just unbelievable. The water continues to drop. And to put this into perspective, about 6 months ago, look at the top of this mountain right here. There's a barrel high above the barrel on that peak. That was underwater 6 months ago. And we used to fish back there and stuff, but that was underwater. Then you have the barrel. You know, I didn't think the water was gonna fall too much further than that. We come out 2 weeks ago. We park right there so you can see our slide and the side of that mountain right there. Actually, that was a month ago. We came 2 weeks ago. It was lower. We mentioned it because that was crazy. And now, yeah, I don't know what to say. We just keep making these videos and we keep going lower and lower.
So I was thinking we were gonna come out today and not see a major difference. And I was obviously very wrong. The water at least 4 feet since last time we were here.
All right, so here's what's nerve-wracking about this whole thing. That's probably dropped 10 feet and it's gone from way over there down here. They're saying it's gonna drop 20 more feet. So this whole cove right here, gone. These coves are gone. And they're predicting that it's gonna go under 1,000 feet, which is 40 more feet from where we're at right now. So all these coves and everything that are back here, everything's gone. It's gonna be a whole new landscape, whole new lake. It's kind of weird. Welcome to Sin City Outdoors Island. That's where we bottomed out last time.
So that's the island we crashed into last time, and it was underwater still. Now it's dry.
Do you remember rolling up, can't even see it, and then now it's above the water completely?
I never heard you scream louder in my life. No.
Oh, there was two. Wow, I thought it was just him. He turned into two people.
Yep.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Why are you walking? Do you not have an electric bike?
What's up, man? How's it going, guys?
Pretty good.
You catching them?
No, we were trying to look for some bass. We weren't able to get them, so we came to look for the boils.
So I heard, you know where there's a boat out here?
Yeah, I do actually. It's probably about 5 to 10 feet deep right now. I would say within another 2-3 weeks it's gonna be surfacing. That's what I would say for sure. Yeah. So Juju, we seen you out there, man. Nice.
You calling?
Yeah, man, I'm gonna see if I can try to chase these boils, man. I want to get on 40 of them too, man.
They're straight down right now.
Yeah, they're all underneath. Go ahead and shout out your Instagram or YouTube, whatever you're doing.
All right, guys. Well, first and foremost, man, shout out to you guys, man. You guys are out there killing it ever since these guys been, what, like 8-9 years old?
Yeah.
So shout you guys out for sure on that one. And me, thank you guys for throwing me out there. Victorious Fishing with Livingston Lures, man. Check me out on Instagram, Victorious Fishing. I got a little YouTube going on, but nothing too big. Also Victorious Fishing. So there it is, man. God bless. Have a good one, man.
You got a nice little setup.
Hey,
right
man,
here.
good looking out, man. Appreciate it.
You got a nice little setup. You got the 2.5. You're not worried about the weather out here? You keep an eye on it?
Man. I'm out here every morning, man. I don't even feel it. I don't know why, but a lot of people really complain about this heat. But man, I'm out here, man.
Yeah,
I'm out here a lot.
That's how we are.
Right? Yeah, I thought I would see you guys out here today. I was like telling my boy, I was like, I think they're gonna be out here today. Y'all were gonna come out Friday, but y'all didn't come out here, huh? So.
Yeah.
All right then, guys, go get them.
Hey, it's very humid today, extremely humid, but we're getting off the water finally. We put a lot of time and effort into making these videos for you guys, so if you enjoyed this one, I would really appreciate it if you guys went ahead and dropped the thumbs up. And if you're new to the channel, I saw something like over 90% of our watch time right now is from people who are not subscribed. So if you enjoyed this content, please subscribe to the channel for more awesome content coming in the very near future. Fishing, just outdoor content in general, everything. More Lake Mead updates. You gotta subscribe, right?
Yep, make sure to hit that subscribe.
Yep.
Yeah, it was fun. We're gonna be hitting up Havasu. We're gonna hit up some other lakes, so just stay tuned. And we'll have some content to do.
So if you guys want to continue seeing more Lake Mead updates, go ahead and drop it down in the comments down below. I would like to see what your thoughts are on the whole water level situations. There's an entire conversation going down in the comments between people. So go in there, pick people's minds, ask questions. There's a lot of people that are smart down there willing to answer them. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you outdoors.
Wow. Yeah, their channel has 382,000 subscribers, and they want more people to sub.
Let this soft mineral melt in your mouth to read.
All right. So that was...
He's had his channel for like since these kids were like 6 and 7 years old. He's been fishing out on Lake Mead, and that was his old channel. He was fishing on Lake Mead before it started like dropping, and that's why he pays attention to it now.
Right. So the other channel is The Other Me, and let's,
The Other Me.
Let's pull up one of his latest videos.
He was the one that was on Fox News because he found the Higgins boat.
Let me out. Let me out.
And this guy's got 14,000. He's got 14,000 subs, and it looks like he's got a high view count for 14,000, which is good.
Yeah, his name's Mark. He's a pretty cool dude, man. He's straight up. He's a straight shooter, just like Sin City. They're straight shooters.
A nice, cool afternoon on Lake Mead, or at Lake Mead like it was last weekend when we were out here for Father's Day. I just decided I wanted to come out and look at some areas that I had seen in other channels' videos. And I want to give a huge shout out to Sin City Outdoors. If you guys don't watch that channel, you probably should. They're the reason why the man who got his houseboat stuck up on the sandbar, they're the reason why it was rescued yesterday or the day before by Heavy D. I can't remember Heavy D's channel name, but he's got a really badass channel. They went out and pulled that boat out to help that man, and that just kind of restores faith in humanity right there alone, that a YouTuber went out and caused such great humanitarian acts, and that's totally awesome. So make sure you guys check out Sin City Outdoors. But I'm going to continue cruising around the lake, the outer areas of the lake today, and seeing exactly how low the water's gotten. And it's just like, this was all underwater just a year ago, and it's rough right now. It really is. The cracks on the ground go down about 1.5 feet, and there's fish down in the cracks. It's crazy.
Wow.
It's a serious thing that people aren't understanding what's going on. It's crazy as shit. I'm surprised legacy media is
You
not
wonder
like,
how stuff like this can happen.
You better figure something else,
But
because
I was
real quick.
thinking, how the hell did?
Yeah. And it's crazy how the fish just don't know to go towards the water when it gets that low. I guess
they can't. It's called puddling. They can't get out, right?
Oh, I see what you're
So
saying. So yeah, it'll drop in a puddle, and then they're in a side of a
Yeah.
puddle. Gotcha.
All these
They can't
fish
get out, right?
Right.
So-
just get trapped here and not get out of here before the water was gone. But there's a
And
lot.
look how big the are.
This whole dry part of the harbor is full of dead fish. Big, huge dead fish.
Fat, tilapia, like huge fish.
So I'm figuring for all these fish
And
to get trapped here.
To take that boat to get off there, he had a Navy boat, man, out there. He was scrambling to get that houseboat off that sandbar, man.
I want to go out there and rescue the fish, but I guess it's too late. So
No, there's still thousands there's millions of fish in Lake Mead, dude. But before it pools up, man, like somebody's got to do something.
So the water's dropping so quick, somebody's houseboat got stranded. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, his name is Craig. Yeah, his name is Craig. He had an engine problem, so he tied off. He was on the water. He called a mechanic, and the guy said, "Yeah, okay, I'll be out there in 4 days with the parts." And when he got there, the water already dropped and disappeared, and he was sanded, man. He was sitting there sanded.
Wow.
And everybody called out to Heavy D Sparks because he has the equipment. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to come do that. And he got his houseboat off.
That's crazy.
That this area right here had to have been cut off when the water dropped. And see, there's a hill right there. So this area of the bay probably ponded, when the water dried up on the hill, because like I said, the water was flat over the top of it. And when that dried and this became a pond, all these fish became trapped in here.
It's not evaporating, it's getting stolen.
We're stuck. Couldn't get.
All right, so do you think they're purposely dropping it so they can come in and buy the land up cheap, and then they'll fill it back up, and then they're gonna make bank?
Wow, you're on the same page as me, eh? BlackRock. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, because I didn't know anything about this, and now I'm thinking, okay, this is a chance for BlackRock or somebody to just just make bank here.
Get out. Sad. They are everywhere. And you'd think with the heat and the rotting of fish, it would really stink right here, but it really doesn't. I just want you guys to see how big this fish is. So let me put my foot here.
Watch how big these fish are. They're not
My
small.
foot.
Wow.
That is a really big fish. This fish here is bigger than the one that I had my foot by. This is huge. That is a massive fish. Wow. But look at the cracks.
Yeah. That's not normal, man.
It is
that is not normal whatsoever.
Barren, apocalyptic looking, like something out of that movie, The Postman, in the beginning when he's walking across the dry ocean or the dry lake. Here's one of the old buoys. No boats. The diamond means danger. And there's the block.
Hey,
of the
Mr.
chain.
Coach, settle
down
down.
underwater.
My wife is full
I'm wondering why
Cherokee, man. So relax.
Lake Mead authorities don't repurpose these and use them somewhere else. They're everywhere. There's one there. There's one over there, along with a road cone. Las Vegas state flower, Nevada state flower. This is kind of creepy looking. Sorry for the bumpy ride, but we're literally driving through what used to be underwater, I believe.
Hope he's not going to give me a copyright strike with this little
Like
jingle
a little
there.
path through here.
No.
Because that would suck.
These have been posted everywhere. He's actually been, Deborah Me has been on the walk.
This is Boulder Beach. Growing up as a kid, if we wanted to go to the beach, this is where we came. Here in Las Vegas, in Nevada. But like I said in the last video, because we were out there on the water when we were going by to go have lunch, it's Boulder Beach, and it's less of a beach and more of boulders. I mean, it is gigantic rocks everywhere. It was an off-road adventure to get in here, but if cars can do it, so can I in my Jeep. But look at all the families out here enjoying their Saturday afternoon. But there's another reason why we came out here, and we're gonna go show you. The significance of this boat being on the beach, as we've been filming every other boat that's like out in the bay, out in the coves, is that it popped up on a public beach. Just to show you how low the water's come down the beach area, that this thing surfaced on the public beach. It's just crazy how much water Lake Mead has lost. Carburetor is gone. Distributor cap is popped off. There's spark plug wires laying on the ground around the boat. The motor's still there though. Let's crank it over.
Yeah, let's start it up. It's not going to be seized.
No, not at all.
No. Wow.
There's actually people just like dropping
Looks
their
like we got
boats
some
off
curtains
the
in there for
lawn
privacy.
because they got nowhere to
I
put them
forget what
anymore
those-
because they take them out of Lake Mead and they got nowhere to put them anymore, so they just drop them on the road. There's like 8 or 9 of them now sitting on the side of the road at the launch.
Wow.
They got nowhere
Shells
to
are
put them.
called that's all over them, but they're not native to Lake Mead. There was an incident that brought them here, and then they kind of like took over. They're all over that B-29 plane that sunk under Lake Mead as well.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm gonna head over there and have some lunch, and then we'll do some more exploring. We're gonna go to a different restaurant than we did last week, though. Again, top of that white line is where the water was when I was growing up. Made our way over to Lake Mead Marina, and we're gonna check out the Harbor House Cafe. Haven't eaten here in about 2 years. Scope out the situation. The marina tour boat is coming in, or the lake tour boat is coming in.
Mead and everything around Lake Mead, it's a national park, so therefore the government owns it. You can't do anything. It's a national park. You got to remember that. So they're protected on anything they do and anybody tries to do because it's a national park.
So do you think Vegas is just going to ever be out of power?
Oh, yeah. They're already losing power, dude. They already have blackouts and stuff like that during the days now, man.
And that's the city that never sleeps with all the lights on. You know, I've been there twice.
Exactly. So does Southern California. Like they're buying electricity from here in Canada, British Columbia, because we're the only place in the world that has the technology to make electricity, store it, and then sell it later.
All right, let's see what we say now.
I don't know. We'll see when he gets here. I do remember their burgers were good last time we were here.
Yeah, they got that burger.
Is a good-looking burger right there. That's the Titanic out here at the Harbor House with fries. It was like $14. I'm gonna grub. Somebody just came up and recognized me at the lake, so must be doing something right. Anyway, this burger is covered in green chilies, and I love green chilies. For houseboats to come and dock,
badass.
And has these restaurants and provides a lot of work for all these people. Has been moved 5 times in the past 3 months.
Wow.
5 times this marina has been moved in 3 months at 80 feet, 80 to 100 feet each move. The last move was 120 feet from where it used to sit up against where the boats come down, where everybody parks to come into the marina, for a total on the low end of 440 feet in to the water in the last 3 months.
Wow.
Now, I'm going to show you this island behind us. But
so they're having to move all that.
It's not normal, is it?
No, that's crazy.
I don't know if the distance is enough between them now and the island out there to make another move. And that's where it gets scary. You see that island right there?
So if they can't move it again, then they're just going to have to get rid of it.
Well, no, they have to move it onto the other side of that little mountain island. They have to move it to the other side. It's going to cost like $7 million, but it's going to dry up anyway. So they're kind of at like a crux. It's like, do we just say fuck it and move on? Or, oh, sorry for my language.
Yeah, you got to watch your language.
Okay, get it? Let's just fail? Like, I don't know.
Wow.
Above the top.
Yeah, it's just stuff you don't think about, you know, even with water drying up, all these businesses, and just it affects so many things.
Up of the canopies where the houseboats are parked, that is what they're up against right now. That's where they're going to hit if they have to move this marina again. Next time we rent a boat, it's going to be something similar to this. Something with a little more horsepower. Keep in mind, those moves in the past 3 months are the past 3 months. That doesn't include the rest of the year that they've had to move. That's a long freaking ways that this dock or this harbor, this marina, restaurants, and all these buildings have been pushed out. How much longer can it go?
Scary. Scary, scary, scary.
I feel like Raiden from Mortal Kombat, but I am totally going to buy this hat. What's your name, boss?
My name's Austin.
This is Austin. So when you guys come into the gift shop over here, or the convenience store, Lake Mead Marina, make sure you say hi to Austin. What's your name? Because you're already there. Brooklyn. This is Brooklyn. 35. And there's a nice young lady behind me that doesn't want to be on camera. What's your name? Crystal. So come say hi to Crystal. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Did you think I was joking? I totally bought the hat. And now I'm headed back to the car so we can continue this adventure. It's shady. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Hey, guys, don't leave. Whack. Don't harass the ducks. Aha! That's why they're up here. People are giving them food. $440 feet the past 3 months. What about the rest of the year? Basically, this marina used to sit up there where that dirt is now.
440
See what they're doing here?
Yeah.
This little construction project they got going on, they're extending the drive down here. Maybe the boat ramp's going to come over here on this side now. But it's all formed out of concrete, poured like curb and gutter on a construction site. So we all talk about what are they planning as far as us losing this lake and it becoming a dead pool. It looks to me like somebody has some sort of plan already in place. I have no idea what it is. It hasn't been discussed that I've seen. But I really don't think that they can let Lake Mead die. I really don't think they can. But you never know. It is ridiculous hot out here. I picked the worst days. I had to pick the days where I'm going to come out and melt, which...
All right, so he said, I really don't think they can let it die. Well, they don't have any options if it goes dry.
I know they're doing it on purpose, man. Or whatever that company is buying all the buildings up and everything like that. No, there's a whole plan going on, dude.
Melting might be pretty good for me. Or I pick the days where it's so freaking windy, I'm going to blow away. Either way.
Or they'll just blow up the dam and then just build houses there. And everybody just has to drink their own pee.
It was 104 when we got here. I would say it's probably 107, 108 right now. It is hot.
You're going to drink your own pee and eat bugs and love it and own nothing.
Out here. Holy crap. According to the car, it is...
I love bugs! Bugs!
Pretty scary,
Tastes like poo.
It's pretty
100.
Yep.
5 degrees outside. That's crazy. That island out there with the big white line going up where the water used to sit. Look how high the water, the old water, look how high the water level from the 80s is over the top of the marina right now. That's normal. Just nuts.
It's not.
But that's the island we're talking about. Don't know if there's enough room to keep moving the marina out before it hits that island right there. Doesn't look like it is. They're going to have to move the whole marina, pick it up and put it on the other side of that island. That's what they're going to have to do. That's going to be a hell of a job. Of course, that's only if they don't have a plan on how we're going to stop the water from depleting out of the lake. So, I don't know. I guess we'll see.
So, this guy's kind of being pretty neutral here. He's like, oh, that's if they don't have a plan to stop the water from coming out of the lake. They're not going to stop using the water.
He doesn't get stricken. He doesn't want to get stricken. He's trying to play the safe.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's telling the truth. Like, if you just look at it, you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. It's like, hey, wait a minute. That doesn't seem right nor normal. Why is the water dropping so fast?
Yeah, Big Dice says hovercraft industry will make a fortune there. Yeah, time to get your airboats out.
And then look.
Oh, yeah, you need a flat bottom boat to go there now.
Yep.
Like,
all the way over there and up those hills. And all of this water is gone. What?
Somebody that has a towing company in Vegas or California or Arizona.
We are headed to an area we haven't
they're going to make a lot of money taking those boats out of that marina, man, because it's going to be almost flat bottom real soon, man.
Yeah. So, if Vegas dries up, what's going to be the new gambling spot?
Literally.
Oh, in America? Oh, all the Indian reservations.
Microwave.
Need a microwave?
Should I be afraid to open that thing? What do you guys say?
Let's open it.
No, let's not.
Why is this out here? All right.
Open it.
Hopefully there's nothing in it that's
Open
dangerous.
it.
No, because you'll puke from the smell. Forget it. No, don't open.
Hot Pockets.
It's empty and it stinks.
No,
Microwave.
not me. Nope.
Small pile of rocks and a piece of carpet. The hell is going on here? I don't understand, people. Why there's a microwave out here? Maybe they had one of those jackery things that Wonder Hussy uses. But take your crap with you when you leave. Haul in, haul out, or however you say it. Pack in, pack out. It's a bunch of BS. I would take it out of here. There's no place for me to dump it, and I'm afraid of what's in one of my car. So unfortunately, guys, I'm going to leave it here. Normally, I'd pick garbage up and take it out of here, but it stinks pretty bad, so it's staying here. I think we just hit the peak of the heat.
It stinks pretty bad, so it's staying here. I want that as a clip. Let's see, that's 18 minutes into his video. 18:30.
Yeah,
I want to see
that'd
it.
be funny.
Yeah, I want that as a clip.
Proof of humans coming over here to look at this boat, but I have seen a lot of animal tracks. Let me pull this back. There's a bunch of animal tracks on the ground walking through here.
Coyote.
Maybe it's a mountain lion.
Oh,
I
coyote.
found a bone. Is it Jimmy Hoffa?
Is it Jimmy Hoffa?
It is a bone. I don't know it from what animal, though. Or human. It certainly has seen better days. I mean, all that's left is basically the bottom of it in the back. And there's a handle in there for something.
Full of coyotes.
Is that for a drain plug or something? I'll get up there and look at it. For those of you that know about boats, maybe you can tell me what it is. What is that? I don't know if it's a handle. I don't know what it is, but there are some parts left in this boat. Yep. It's pretty much toast. Minor fixer-upper. I don't know.
Got something to work with there.
Or if somebody burned it while it was sitting here. That looks like a melted battery right there. But you can see the timbers that are in that are a part of, that they wrap the fiberglass around. They're all burned and charred.
It looks like the boat caught on fire and sank.
No.
I don't think they burned it in spot.
The boat sank, and then kids found it after it was like, the water went away, and they had a party on it, and they threw their firewood in the boat to have a party.
Ah, gotcha.
Another bone. I thought it was wood. I picked it up. It's a bone. I don't know where the rest of the creature is that belongs to, but that's two. Look at all the boats. There's a boat right there. There's one flipped upside down over there. There's one close to the water over there. There's some kind of shade structure right there, and then our boat, the tall one, is right there. Sorry, I'm holding the camera in one hand trying to point.
How
and that's all that cracked earth.
Is that land to grow a corporation farm on right now? I wonder. Very fertile, I would imagine.
He said our boat. Is it really his boat, or that's just the one that they go to all the time?
No, it's the boat that the two Vegas guys always saw, and that's the point of reference for how fast the water's depleted. That's why they call it our boat.
It's all turning green now. There's also another boat over there where the water ends. I'm sure there'll be more popping up.
Farming ground for a corporation, wouldn't you think?
Yep.
Well, guys, that's going to be the video this week for Lake Mead update number 3, 4, 5. I forget what I'm on now. I started these videos as a fun trip, and then it turned into updating the lake, because when I got out here, I was like completely blown away about how low it is. But right now, my concern isn't just the lake going low, but it's also the marinas, because the marinas are getting pushed out farther and farther and farther, and pretty soon Lake Mead Marina can't go anymore. They're gonna have to pick it up and move it. I don't even know if that's feasible now, which means jobs lost, boats not having a place to anchor off, and this is all information I got from people that worked there when I was talking to them today having lunch. So, and then I overheard people talking about they're getting so close to that island. I don't know how many more times they can move the marina before they can't move it anymore because the island's in the way. But anyway, that should be the concern right now. Not just that we're losing water, but we're also losing the marinas, because there's a lot to be lost there. So I'll keep you guys updated. If this is your first time watching my channel, sorry I'm in the sun. My eyes are kind of getting stressed out right now. If this is your first time watching the channel, keep an eye out for updates, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks for watching.
All right, so that's some good stuff there. This guy's got a live right now. He's let's see what he's doing live. So yeah, he's got a live. I guess he's in. Oh yeah, he's downtown Vegas, the old part of Vegas where they have.
Oh, he's in Fremont. Yeah. He does Fremont on the weekends.
I've been there a couple times back in the day.
You remember when you could drive down Fremont and it wasn't like a walking mall? Do you remember when you could actually like drive down Fremont and go to Binion's and then have the valet take your car to the parking lot?
Oh, let's see. I was there. I got married in Vegas, so that was 1997 or 8. So I don't know if
you understand. Yeah,
I can't remember. But yeah, I was there back when we stayed at let's see, MGM, Bally. What was it called?
Oh, the first MGM. Yeah, not the second one. Yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
First one. They were building a lot of stuff there. The big water one. But yeah, and they were blowing up stuff too. They were exploding up.
Oh, do you remember those? Do you remember those days when you could go watch like a building just get like totally destructed at night?
Yeah, they were doing one when we were there in Vegas, and we got married at the Candlelight Chapel.
Oh, did you really?
Yep. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I got the footage. I might show that one day on the stream. But yeah, we got married.
That's funny as shit.
I was pretty chunky back in the day, but yeah, Candlelight Chapel by Black Reverend Cotton. It was a short black dude, and his name was Reverend Cotton.
I know, he looked like an Al Sharpton with the Vegas fucking suit on. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, cool cat, man. Yeah, good old days. So this is a live feed from the guy that we were just watching. His channel.
Yeah, the other me.
The other me.
Yeah, his name's Mark.
Colorado. So cool, and it's a flat rim at that. I will take that off your hands. Thank you so much. Appreciate all you do, brother.
Dude is so kind.
Are you guys happy?
He's so nice to everybody. It doesn't matter how mean or like what people are. He just approaches people in the same way with kindness and love.
Yeah, I think the thing that I remember the most that I liked about Vegas was you could get breakfast at any time of the day. And the breakfast buffets back then were really awesome. I knew we found some of the best.
Oh, do you remember? Oh, God, man.
Yeah, and I guess my favorite thing in Vegas was, I know this is going to make me sound crazy, but the Little Forest restaurant, that was something fun for me. And I know it's kind of a kid place, but I just thought the aquarium was the most amazing thing.
No, the aquarium was the best, dude.
Yeah, so the rainforest thing, you know, all the sound effects and all that stuff was really cool. So that I kind of remember the most. And, of course, where they're at right now was cool with the light show and everything. There was just so much to see. You know, we went there, we got married there, and we went back on our honeymoon. So we went there, got married, and we went back the year after that. So it was fun times. And yeah, I don't remember those little things they're kind of playing on there. I don't remember that being there. Those cable, what do you call those? The cable ride. I don't remember that being there.
No, that was never there. That's new, dude. That was never there.
Hot dog and Pepsi, $5. Pepsi, Coke. Can I get a cheeseburger or Dr. Pepper and an order of tater tots? Pepsi, Coke. Pepsi, Coke. Where did that come from? Can I get a corn dog, tater tots, and Dr. Pepper? Pepsi, Coke. He wants a Pepsi and a Coke. Come on, man. Where did that come from? I'm not saying it exactly.
I'm not saying it because I'm going to sound racist, so I'm not saying it.
No, it's Saturday Night Live.
I know, but who said it?
I don't remember. I just remember that being a Saturday Night Live skit. Yeah.
Now, I got to watch what I say nowadays because of this woke friggin' nation.
Yeah, I guess everybody's woke, but yeah. Saturday Night Live used to be the bomb, man. Saturday Night Live used to be funny back when Eddie Murphy was on there and he talked about...
Exactly.
He played the character
Mr.
about the
Robertson's
landlord.
neighborhood? Look what I stole today from the grocery store, kids.
What's the word of the day? Is what was one of the words of the day? He was kind of being like Mr. Rogers.
Whitey.
Whitey
was one of them.
Man, things were so much better. Why does everything have to be woke?
I don't understand. Like, I have to watch what I say nowadays, and it's like, what are you doing, man? Seriously?
Yeah.
Really?
We're
it's
constant.
not my problem. It's their problem.
Right.
Why am I conforming to their problem?
We're policing ourselves. And
I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah. We're policing ourselves big time. So it's kind of amazing to think that those people are all out there right now. This is live in Vegas. And it's like, of course, it's not that late there. It's almost 1 o'clock here in Texas. So it's probably, what, 10 o'clock there? 11 o'clock. So probably 11 there. Well, at least they still got the light thing going on there. It looks like the roads are all polished now. They got that. That's different.
Well, they have to keep up the facade, right, for the tourism because that's where the money is. You got to remember, it's all about money. They don't care about you as a person anymore. It's all about money.
Mm-hmm.
How fast can they bleed you dry, take all your friggin' money, and not tell you anything? That's the reality of the world we live in, unfortunately. But yeah.
Yeah, and I don't remember Pawn Stars being in Vegas at the time. I don't think that was a thing when we went.
Yeah. No. Pawn Stars was in Vegas, but it was on the old side of Vegas that nobody went to.
Huh. So it was there back in, like, 98?
Oh, no, dude. It's been there since, I think, 1967 when the old man opened it. It's been there forever, dude.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it wasn't a thing back then, you know, on TV.
No, well, pawn shops are always in Vegas, dude, because people go get broke because they're addicted to gambling, so they, sell the wedding ring or the bracelet or the watch or whatever, to go, do the blackjack table again.
Right.
But that is the oldest pawn shop there. It's called Silver and Gold something. But yeah, it's the oldest pawn shop in Vegas, man.
Let's see what they're talking
I know way too much, and I've traveled the world way too much for my age.
Yeah, those rides across there, they're definitely pretty new to me, for sure.
Oh, the one on the Needle? Oh, that roller coaster on there?
No, they had that when I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had that when I was there. And I think we went on, I don't know if we went on the roller coaster, but we went up there and we walked out on the glass. I remember walking out on the glass. That was kind of trippy.
Yeah, that was cool, right?
Yeah. And I don't know if she wanted to go on the roller coaster. She was really big into roller coasters, and I really wasn't, just because they kind of make me nauseous, after the fact. When I'm on it, I'm fine, but when I get off of it, it messes up my vertigo.
Your equilibrium.
Yeah, it screws me up. It gives me vertigo. Oh, there's a masker. Yeah.
Oh, there's a master. That's funny. We got to call him that out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other streamers going on, but my loyal people that have always been with me are
okay, does anybody like ever figured out from the beginning that the mask was a friggin' joke?
You guys are the reason. You guys right here, all the loyal people that stay here and aren't in other people's chats talking about what I'm doing, like everybody does in my chat. You guys are the ones that fuel this channel and keep me going. I love every single one of you. Thank you all so much.
And also the ones who have several monitors where they're watching more than one stream.
Yeah.
Mark on one of the streams to help keep us growing.
Well, I know that mods are always on different chats, so that I know.
So I'm dropping the link to his channel in the chat to his live
he's
stream.
great, man.
So if you want to go,
he's such a genuine guy. He's so kind. He's a big, gentle giant, man. He's such a kind dude, man.
yeah, if you want to go watch his live, it's in the putting the link in the chat there. So, boom. See, my wife can recipe. Blah blah blah. All right, I'm just reading some of the chat here. Friendly Sky, I haven't seen you in a while. Cheeseburger. Okay, so the Olympia restaurant, cheeseburger, chip, Pepsi, Saturday Night Live. Yep, watch the. Okay, so you posted the link here. All right,
Yeah.
I wonder if I get a copyright
I
strike.
already captured it. I was like, yeah, I forgot about that. I captured that link.
Yeah, the Olympia restaurant cheeseburger. So that's what it was called. Cheeseburger and chip. It was chips. I knew it was something like that because no matter what you ordered, you got what they wanted you to get. You know what I mean?
Yep. Oh, you want that? Yeah. And they just fuck your order up. Yeah.
Yeah, they just give you chips and cheeseburger. That was it. Or fries. I thought it was Pepsi. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Let's see, Saturday Night Live. Yeah, back when they were funny. Let's see, restaurant cheeseburger and chips. Here we go. We're going to run this and see if I get a strike here. So we're going to run it. This is what I was talking about earlier.
Don't get a strike, man.
Huh?
Don't get a strike.
Well, I can't get a community guideline strike. I would get a copyright strike. So, let's see, Saturday Night Live.
You can blank out like the audio every once in a while, right?
And he goes, I don't have an orange. He goes, Pepsi. And she goes, okay.
And he's got a smoke in his mouth as
Yeah.
he's serving food.
Yeah.
That's the best, man.
Yeah,
That's
he's got a
hilarious.
cigarette in his mouth. That's the best, yeah. More ice. He just takes his dirty hand and grabs the ice.
Yeah, exactly. God, we're showing our age, Fry.
Can you
Holy
imagine
crap.
if they did this today? Yeah, I know. I'm 51. How old are you?
I just turned 53, dude,
Yeah.
on Wednesday.
Yeah. So yeah, we're getting up there. Do you remember? Do you remember when they had the little skits of the little monsters, the gleeks and shit, and they'd feed them chickens and they throw chickens down this little wish hole?
That was hilarious.
Yeah. What were they called? You know what I'm talking about, right?
I know exactly what you're talking about, but we're going back so many friggin' years, man. I was a kid. I think that was like the early 80s, right?
Yeah. That was one of my favorite skits when I was a kid. I'll have to find that too.
I'll have a couple eggs.
I'll have a couple eggs.
Couple eggs, sausage.
Sausage.
Is that the link sausage or patty?
And look who that is. You know who that is?
I don't know his name, but I know his face.
Yeah, you know who that is, right?
No, who is it?
That was the president of NBC at the time.
Oh, cool. So this is going to be great. I want a couple of links of sausage. He's getting all what he wants, and it's going to be interesting to see what he says he can actually have. If this is racist, what's racist about it? This is comedy.
Exactly. There's no racism
Yeah.
in comedy.
I was talking about that today. Like, where's people's sense of humor? You got to laugh at yourself. This is comedy. That was back when Saturday Night Live was not woke.
Good.
All right,
When it
so
was good.
what was the skit with the chicken? Somebody said crazy chicken. What was the?
That was Kids in the Hall. That was Kids in the Hall, not Saturday Night Live. That was Kids in the Hall. The chicken lady is what that person's talking about.
Uh,
That was Kids in the Hall. That wasn't Saturday Night Live.
No, but I'm talking about on Saturday Night Live. I know they had a skit where they were feeding chickens to the gods, and there was these puppets. Let me look it up. What would I call that? Saturday Night Live puppet skit? Oh, Tommy Temper's live.
Okay, the puppet skit. Oh, okay.
Saturday SNL puppet.
That would have been, what, 1978,
Puppet.
1980, around then?
Man, I'm not good with that. Puppets, eating chickens or feeding.
Yeah, that might be the way to go.
Feeding skit. Let's see if that comes up with something. No.
That was late 70s, early 80s. I do remember what the person's talking about. I totally remember that, but that was a long time ago, man.
Yeah. I remember I was so young, I was sitting on the top of the couch instead of the couch part, so I could sit up on the very top part.
On the backrest?
Yeah, I was laying on the back part. I was
My
so
favorite place
young.
to lay down and watch TV, man.
Yeah. I used to lay up there when I was a little kid. All right, what was that called? Anybody in the chat know what I'm talking about?
I just can't remember the name. Sorry, brother. I just can't.
Saturday Night Live. Monsters. Let's do that. Monsters. Come on, man. I know I'm not going crazy. And see, I've seen the new woke stuff. They're showing all the new Saturday Night Live. Wait, was that it?
Yeah, but it's kind of tame now compared to what we used to watch.
Oh yeah, it's a joke. It's all political and it's all woke and it's all Orange Man bad and all that nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, really, you guys have no sense of humor anymore?
Monsters eating chickens. I remember I think it was chickens that they were throwing down there.
It was chickens. I know exactly what you're talking about, but I can't remember what the skit was. And that was a long time. See, I'm old, man. Holy crap, I'm old.
Rosanna Dana.
That was her. Oh, she's funny as shit, eh?
Oh, yep, the Coneheads. Remember the Coneheads?
Oh, the Coneheads, yeah. Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
And she was, oh man, I forget her name. God dang it, but she's famous too, yeah.
Eating chickens and chicken bones. Maybe this is it.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Oh, man, I still don't see the thumbnail. Come on, somebody in the chat has to know exactly what that skit was called.
Oh, what? Oh, WKRP Turkey Drop. Oh, no, that's not the same thing we're talking about.
No.
No,
it was, and it wasn't used that much. It wasn't that popular, but it was just kind of like one of those Mr. Bill skit kind of things, but it was...
yeah, Mr. Bill.
It was the puppets where they were feeding, and they talked funny, and there was like one that was like...
It was the chickens eating each other, and they didn't care about it. They said, "You're eating your fun." And they're like, "Yeah, we don't care. We're hungry."
Yeah, and there was a scrappy dude and then a big dude that kind of talked funny. Saturday Night Live, the
yeah.
You remember the scrappy one who had the really messed up hair? God, I gotta find that now. That's gonna bother me. Yeah, and I can't figure out what it would be called.
I'm going to figure it out, and I'm going to get back to you, man.
I'm going to put
totally
old
gonna
SNL. Old SNL. Let's see. It's just giving me a bunch of woke crap, the new stuff. There's Chris Farley. That's when it was still kind of funny, but they were right there. When Chris Farley left Saturday Night Live, that was probably the last funny.
That's when it died.
Yeah. Yeah, living in a van down by the river. I mean, that was like classic. Yeah.
And he would always crash through tables and stuff and
Yeah.
windows. And I'm sorry.
Yeah. We'll play that one while I'm looking for the chicken skit.
Chris Farley was awesome, dude.
Let's see. All right. There's 20. This seems like just yesterday.
Like 14-year-old boy, man.
Yeah, how old was this? Let's see. How long ago was this? More. Because this seems like yesterday. This was aired 1993. Wow.
She didn't smoke it.
Now, we're not here to come down on you. I mean, that's not what...
His wife shot him, I think. Is what, yeah. Loud Red. And I'm trying not to laugh. She's laughing her ass off right now. She's trying to hide her face.
I couldn't keep a straight face while he was doing this.
Yeah.
There's no friggin' way in there. Where do people live now?
Yeah, I wonder if he started the whole van down by the river. Is this where everybody started living in the van life? All right, this is the best part right here. Here goes the table.
And then he falls through the table.
Yeah, I love the table.
There's no way they could ever be put on TV.
Yeah.
There's no way.
What Saturday Night Live needs to do is just rerun all their old stuff. You can't top that.
Exactly. Well, back in the day when it was funny. Now it's just kind of a little bit woke and too politically correct.
Yeah, and it's not funny.
No, it's very dry. It's just like, really? Did you put that much effort into that? Come on, man. I could have made that more funnier, but now you're just like, don't want to annoy the woke nation.
Yeah.
What?
And there's no more sense of humor with a lot of people anymore. And I don't get it. Why can't we laugh at things? If you can't laugh at yourself.
I got a really dry, sick sense of humor. Like, if somebody, like, stubs their foot on a sidewalk and falls over, I'm going to friggin' laugh because that's funny. Of course I'm going to go help them up, but I'm still going to friggin' laugh.
Yeah. And my favorite comedian is Bill Hicks.
Oh, he's funny too, man.
Well, he's hardcore though.
So was Bill Blair. Yeah.
Bill Hicks is hardcore. If you don't know who Bill Hicks is,
I a few of his stuff, man. Yeah, he's pretty hardcore. He's straight out there. He don't give a rat's ass, man.
Yeah, and he died of cancer. In the 90s, I think, late 90s.
Yep. Do you remember what was that screaming little guy? Damn it, he was so funny too, man. He was a little short, fat guy, long hair, always wore
Sam Kinison.
Yeah, that's it, Sam Kinison. Yeah.
He died in a Corvette accident, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, him and his wife.
All right, here we go. This is not the monster one.
Outside of Vegas.
This is Mr. Rock. Wow. Yeah. You couldn't have that skit today.
This stuff at Black Lives Matter rallies. They should really play this stuff.
Yeah. It's
like chill out.
It's comedy gold, man. It's all the stuff back then was great on Saturday Night Live. Coneheads, all that stuff.
Mr. Bill.
Mr. Bill, yep. Mr. Bill. There's Christmas, Mr. Robertson.
Oh, the church lady.
Yep, the church lady. Yeah, all that stuff was classic. Here's Sam Kinison on Saturday Night Live.
That was awesome.
Let's see.
I took my mother to see him in 1986, and she couldn't stop laughing. She had a sore stomach for 2 days.
So this skit's called Preschool, and Sam Kinison is in this skit. Let's see when it was originally aired. Originally aired on 1986. Wow.
Be with you in just a moment.
Hearing how smart and well-adjusted Sarah is.
Oh, wow.
So Sunhoney says Candygram Shark. Yeah, we can play that one too.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. Candygram. Oh, Sally O'Malley.
The shark that's always coming up.
The cheerleader, right?
Yeah, the shark that's delivering pizza or something. I can't remember. Candygram. Became a comedian. I probably knew that at one time, but I forgot that. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a preacher.
It's funny how he got them all pumped up and everything was all happy and go lucky, and then all of a sudden, your kid's just stupid.
Yeah, she's only
dumb.
Yeah, this is definitely something they could never do today.
4.5. How can you tell?
Oh, I can tell, Giebler. I know a lot of dumb, stupid, idiot kids. And she's really stupid, man. She's really stupid. I mean, I like to be a light at the end of the tunnel for you, but you got a real idiot on your hands. I tell you what, let me show your handwriting.
Oh my God, it's Jesus in the 50+ club,
You're
dude.
Sarah's teacher?
Why, yes, I am.
Well, then who's this?
I better find out exactly who that man was.
That man.
Yeah. That's great. All right, so I'm going to do the first request from, I wanted, let's see, My Dog Eats Jeans says, please do Sally O'Malley. All right, so we'll do Sally O'Malley, but Sunhoney requested the shark skit. So this is the land shark. We're going to do that one. We're going to come over here. We're going to do some of this. We're going to come back over
God,
here.
we're so showing our age tonight, dude. Holy crap, man.
Hey,
We're
I don't-
laughing at this stuff. Nowadays, all the woke people are, you're not allowed to say those things. You know that,
Yep.
right?
I know. All right, here. This one skit's called. All right, I got to turn it up. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, that is definitely not. That is not politically correct today.
Oh, God, no. We could never get away with this stuff anymore. Are you kidding me? Holy crap. You get some kind of a ticket and some kind of, like, political party, like, setting your lawn on fire in front of your house and stuff nowadays? Holy crap, man.
I want to
No
do
way.
the cone heads after somebody made a request for Sally McMalley. Let's see, who said
Don Pardo. Yeah, he was the voice of SNL. He was great.
Sally McMalley. Can somebody put that back in the
Oh, that's
chat?
the cheerleader, right?
I
Sally,
think so, yeah,
whatever.
where she kicks. She does the high kick. That's kind of newer Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Sally O'Malley. There we go.
Yeah, he was the cheerleader, I think, right?
Yeah, and she did the skit with what's his name, that he's still an actor. Pretty popular. There we go. And she smelled her armpits.
She, like, always falls and
Yeah, and
breaks
she'd
stuff
always
and
smell her
puts
armpits.
people over. Yeah, that's it. She's always sniffing her armpits.
Or maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Yeah, I'm
No,
thinking.
that's the cheerleader. That's the cheerleader.
Yeah, that's the cheerleader. That's maybe smelled. No, that's Yeah, I'm thinking of a different one. All right, Sally McNally, opening audition. We'll just play that one.
Holy crap, Fremont.
That's definitely something you probably couldn't put on TV today. So this is vintage cone heads. Let's do some cone heads, and then we will do some Mr. Bill after that. If you want to request anything, put it in the chat, and I'll see if I can find it. So there's an ad that you can't skip. So, yeah, so the caller dropped. I guess either he fell asleep or his phone died. Here we go. Coneheads.
Wow.
Saturday Night Live.
Towels.
Take a guess. Let's see. What year is this? What year was the Coneheads? It's going to be, I'm going to guess, early 80s, late 70s. 77. Okay, so yeah, late 70s. This was 1977. Computer. How long ago was 1977? Computer. How long ago was 1977?
January 1st, 1977 was 44 years, 6 months, and 3 weeks ago.
44 years ago. So this is 44 years old. So there's actual skull shapes, pretty much like that. So I guess that's where they got that from. They have found skulls with that shape, and I can't remember what they called those people back then, but I'm assuming that they were way more intelligent than we are if that was all brain. They weren't exactly that size show, right? Yeah, pretty sure they had their own show after late 90s, early 90s. I can't remember.
Table.
That is vintage Saturday Night Live. All right, so what did somebody request next? I still want to find that skit. So, what did they request next? Let's see. Let's go in here and look. Yeah, I think I remember seeing it about 7 minutes ago. That was 43 years ago. 43, 44. That was in 1977, Coneheads. Yeah, and I think they got their own show after that. Well, I don't remember the request, so I'm just going to go in here and see what... I'm going to type in old SNL and see what comes up. We'll do a few more of these. All right, let's go way back. They got Star Trek. They got, that's not old. Why are they putting new SNL with the old stuff? It needs to be old. Like really old. The Nerds. The Nerd Prom. Somebody said Richard Pryor. I think that's what it was. So I'm going to play a Richard Pryor one. I don't know exactly which one they requested, but here we go.
Mr. Wilson, you've done just fine on the Rorschach. Your papers are in good order. The file's fine. No difficulty with your motor skills.
All right, so this was 1975. Computer, how long ago was 1975?
January 1st, 1975 was 46 years, 6 months, and 3 weeks ago.
I was 4 years ago. That was probably the most un-PC one that we played so far. Yeah, that can't ever be said anymore on Saturday Night Live, but it's still on their YouTube channel, so how you like that? All right, I put in old SNL. Let's see. There's one. There's an Exorcist. Somebody requested something here. Never can be said anymore. Yeah, click your heels together 3 times. Is that a Saturday Night Live skit? Let's see. Bill. Yeah, that one was done. That one's The Bears. The Bears. That one's not that old. That's probably mid-90s. Let's see. There's Incredible Hulk. That's newer stuff. You can tell, too, just by the footage. I'm looking for old Saturday Night Live. And it's weird how the algorithm's still giving me new crap. I guess we could do the classic, right? This is...
bodies that look like this.
Let's see. This was the year 2000, so this isn't that old, but we'll play it for a second here. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Oyster Cult assembled in the recording studio in late 1976 for a session with famed producer Bruce Dickinson, and luckily for us, the cameras were rolling.
All right, guys, I think we're ready to lay this first track down. By the way, my name is Bruce Dickinson. Yes, the Bruce Dickinson. And I gotta tell you, fellas, you have got what appears to be a dynamite sound.
Coming from you, Bruce.
All right, so somebody requested King Tut singing, or no, Steve Martin singing King Tut. All right, I'll look for that one.
That means
Church Lady? Okay.
a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you're Bruce Dickinson.
This is incredible.
I can't believe Bruce Dickinson digs our sound.
Easy, guys. I put my pants on, just like the rest of you, one leg at a time. Except, once my pants are on, I make gold records. All right, here we go. Don't fear the Reaper. Take one, roll it.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, so I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright strike from this. You think I'll get a copyright strike from that? So, yeah, you know how this skit goes. You just need more cowbell. Yeah. But, yeah, that's a great skit. All right. we're gonna do King Tut here. Steve Martin. Boom.
Could you come in here for a second, please?
All right, here we go. Which one? I think this is it right here.
I'd like to talk.
All right, so by request of the chat room, Mojo Dragon wants Church Lady. So this was 1988, Church Lady. Wow. I'm getting. What was the scandal? What did he do? I can't remember what he did. But yeah, there's no way you could do anything like this today. This was computer. How long ago was 1988?
January 1st, 1988 was 33 years ago.
Still pretty old. Church Lady. Let's there's an opening. Show open. Oh, that was good enough. All right, any other request? Probably going to be easing out of the stream pretty soon. If nobody wants to call in. Let's see how long we've been streaming here. We'll do a 4-hour stream. We got about 8 more minutes. Let's see. Cowboys Mosh is streaming. Oh, Cowboys Mosh is having he's giving away a raffle for a guitar. So he's doing a guitar raffle, and it's $10 to enter. And I'll put a link in the chat to Cowboys Mosh's live stream. We can hand the stream off to Mosh. I'm going to share it. Maybe we can do a raid on Mosh's channel. So why don't we do that? Let's do a little, let's put Mosh up there real quick.
What's up, everyone? Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump.
Oh, I jumped in right at the same time there's F-bombs dropped.
Hell yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh, somebody's calling in here. Caller, you're on the air. How's it going?
Oh, Fry, I did not want to burst your bubble. I was laughing so much I didn't want to make this call, but I had to give you this information before the evening ended. This is Rebecca from Georgia.
You can't burst my bubble.
And the subject goes back to Lake Mead.
Uh-huh.
And to get the information that you need on this, this is the Dane Wigington of Geoengineer. Her name is Deborah Taveras.
Okay, hold on.
Her website, stopthecrime.net.
Stop.
She has been on for several years now. Like many people, she has been censored. So you can get information from her website, and instead of getting the YouTube videos, she'll have other links you can go to. But she was the initial one of introducing you to the Agenda 21, the Agenda 30. But on a state level, she got very much involved in the weather modification, the war on water, got involved with her, the politics on a local level. So her information is the most detailed on every subject that you can think of. It's interesting after reading much of this and watching her videos, which are very informative. 10 years ago, in a rapid pace, it's all coming to light. Lake Mead, yes, is being drained by design as Lake Powell. It is in line with what the World Economic Forum wants to do. It's in line with what the elite want to do. The end result will be it'll take away our food sources. It will bankrupt the farmers and the ranchers. They're going to scare everybody in saying that there is no water or limited water. They'll make excuses for jacking up the prices on the water. And she tries to lead you to the information on the aquifer. The good thing about Deborah, she names the who, what, where, and why. So there's a clear paper trail as to what's going on. If you watch her videos, it's one of those things you almost can't be doing anything else, or you'll miss something.
Right.
She used to do videos literally every day, every 2 days, After COVID, they started taking her website down, started taking that YouTube down. Again, she is back up on her website, and she has the links that you can go to. But if people want to be educated on all of this, she's the lady to go to.
I'm on her. I got her website in the chat now. I put her Rumble channel, and I'm putting her Odyssey channel in right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I know who she is. I recognize her. I used to, back in the day, you know. It's been a long time since I watched any of her stuff, but I'm kind of more interested in what her take is now on the Lake Meads and the water wars. I knew that there was going to be a water war. I just didn't know when they were going to pull that card, and it looks like they're going to start pulling that card now.
Well, I hate to say it, Mead is going fast. Now, the two Ustreamers that you were showing, the Sin City I followed. They're really good, the father and the son. I'm glad you brought the second gentleman on. I had not followed him, and he shows a different visual perspective than the father and the son. So it's good to follow both of them. But if you want educated, like people need to be educated on the World Economic Forum, etc., Debbie is the person to go to.
Gotcha. Yeah, and originally they called it Agenda 21 back in the day, and now it's like Agenda whatever, they're 30 or...
Yeah, it's like 20 names. It has changed.
Yeah.
But she, she got into, first, what she did get into the weather quantification. She got into the 5G, the wireless towers. She's from Santa Rosa, California. Got into the wildfires and explained they were intentionally trying to burn out certain areas and why the fires were burning so hot. She has some really good videos with fire captains. Back when Paradise and some of the other cities, I don't know if Chico was one of them. Santa Rosa has had some problems. So she's very informative on several subjects on many different levels. And her background was in development, land development, into building I'm not certain if it was commercial or residential property. Did that for decades, and then started running into problems getting permits that they normally would get with no problems whatsoever. It was taking twice as long to build, 2 and 3 times as long to get permits, to deal with anything, more regulations coming into place. She started getting involved with the commission meetings, and in fact, I think in one of her videos, you'll see that she got arrested at one of those commission meetings. But long story short, her and her husband decided to sell the business. This has been probably 25 years ago, kind of like Dane Wigington.
Yeah.
And has devoted her whole life, heart and soul, into all of this, to prepare us ahead of time, to educate us. And, she was like Dane. She went to the commission meetings. She got in touch with her politicians. She knows what's going on with Newsom. She knows what's, going on with all the politics. So luckily enough, she's not one of those that kind of just sat behind the scenes and educated herself. She got involved in the politics and did what she could. And she explains what's going on. But that's the person to go to find out on a lot of things, but especially Lake Mead. Lake Powell is next. And there's going to be several different areas that are going to have the same problem. What I'm understanding is west of the Mississippi are where you're going to start seeing, the heavy droughts. Of course, that's due to weather modification, and that's by design. And, so it is interesting to look at her videos. I noticed the last 2 years she partnered some of her videos. It's called Israeli News. So you'll see her videos will have her name on it, but if you see Israeli News, they also usually have some good information for you.
I'm looking for David Winnington's right now. I can't remember his He has a
geoengineeringwatch.org.
Okay, so I'm on it. That's cool. I'm going to put it in the chat here.
Oh, yeah. He is fantastic. There isn't anybody better or a passion than Dwayne. And he has, a weekly radio show.
Yep.
So you can sign up for it and then have it sent to you every week.
Yeah, I watch it off
of
YouTube.
Okay, so I know you're familiar with Dane. You've talked about him before.
Yeah, remember, I've been I've been involved in researching this for back in the late 90s is when I started taking pictures of this guy. Yeah. In 97 or 8. And everybody thought I was crazy back then. And now it's kind of like, well, of course they're doing geoengineering. And there's patents on it.
They're trying to help the climate.
Yeah, yeah. It's going to be so
trying
hot.
to help the climate. They're just cooling the climate down.
Yeah, it's getting too hot, so we got to spray the sun away. Yeah, exactly. And they want you to buy solar panels and drive electric cars, but then they're blocking the sun that messes up the solar panels that could be charged in your electric car. So it's kind of like they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. And then buy an electric car in California, but we're going to shut your power off. Oh, and the lakes are drying up, so you're not going to have power anyway, and that's going to be our excuse. And it's your fault because the lake's drying up. So we're going to have to tax you more. You're going to have to eat bugs because bugs don't need that much water.
It's it's unbelievable. And still when you run into somebody that they're like they don't know anything. I mean not just the water, but anything. And when people talk that our country is divided, our country really is divided. And I do believe that part of it is because of the news. What's being reported, some people sit in front of mainstream media and it's gospel truth. And they're, either they don't have the interest or the ability, or they're just trusting. It's something that they've always trusted their whole life. The news isn't lying because, if this information, if our government was so corrupt, another interesting one is to research, and people, please do this. The number of Congress and senators that belong to the Communist Party USA, and that's CCP USA, and have for decades. Of course, I know Pelosi isn't a surprise to you, Pelosi being one, but many of our politicians belong to the Communist Party. And nobody would believe that. When I've brought it up, they said, no, that would be on the news. And it's kind of like the World Economic Forum. Go to their website because now they're starting to get more out and open about it.
Yep. And if you look at geoengineeringwatch.org, I'm on the website right now. There's just tons of pictures and meetings, and there's real legitimate, credentialed people talking about it, and you never see this on Lester Holt Nightly News. Nobody wants to talk about it. And here's what gets me is all these people that are pushing electric cars down our throat, Greta Thunberg, the Al Gores of the world, they never talk about geoengineering. So they're all about, this and that, carbon tax, how dare you, and all this crap that she talks. But she'll never talk about chemtrails and geoengineering. That's what I say, how dare you about. How dare you spray our skies every day and spray us like we're bugs, but yet you want us to eat bugs.
Yeah, they're going to discredit any of that information. It's all part of the climate agenda, what they're going to do now, and you said it a few minutes ago. Oh, that spraying is to cool down the climate. That's good for us. Those aren't contrails, which we said they were, if anybody questioned. I know that Dane, I think it was 2014, was the first time that I saw him videoed on a conference call that a commission meeting, a commission hearing in the county where I think he lives in Redding, California. And he had like 4 or 5 other people there, that were experts, including one scientist. They were trying to address all of this with their local commissioners to try to get the spraying stopped. They got, of course, they got shown the door in a polite way. Yep. But that was my first explanation for it. I started noticing it in 2009 when I was sitting outside with my dog, and I would sit out with her often and see these unusual jets, a blue sky, and then these lines. And I started taking pictures of it and then doing videos of it. And you can look up and be with somebody and point to them, you know, isn't this a little bit unusual? And no, what are you looking at? And it looks like a tic-tac-toe, or you're seeing literally a dozen jets in the air, and you can definitely see the stream, you know, from the jet.
Yep.
And again, people think it will be reported, and all these storms that we've had, all this unusual weather pattern throughout the world is weather modification. I don't think people realize that the local news channels and the national and the cable, their weather people have to follow a script. Is it through, you know about this, is it through NOAA?
Well,
and I'm trying to remember if it was Obama when he was in office, if it was right around 2015.
It was Bush. Bush passed that
Was it
propaganda.
Bush? It was
little Bush, not old Bush, the young one. He pushed it was either an executive order or something through where they could have these packages. They called them news packages, and that's when the real heavy propaganda started, kind of like right before, after 9/11. Yeah. And they call them packages. Wow. Yeah. And that's the stuff that you see on Lester Holt and all that crap. It's narrative after narrative. It's Orange Man bad. It's big war. It's climate change. It's getting hotter. It's, oh my God, it's so hot. You know, I rode 12 and a half miles today, and what was overheating? Not me, my phone. I'm 51 years old. It's not that hot outside. So the only thing.
Okay, now how many miles did you go the other day? Was it 2 days ago?
I went 10 miles. I did 9.5, and then I finished it off. Like later on that day, I did a shorter stream, and then today I went straight out doing. I think I did 12. I took a picture of it. I can't remember, but either way, it doesn't matter. But all I'm saying is I could have kept going, but I just was kind of bored. I was like, I'm just going to go back to the house. So it was 11.5 miles. No, 11.5. So I did 12 miles today.
Wow.
And I wasn't even winded when I came home. I was just a little bit thirsty, but that's it. It's not that hot outside. Like I said, the only thing that was overheating was my phone, and it only overheated once. And I think that was more of a software crash than anything else. But yeah, I've made tons of videos about geoengineering. I got so sick of talking about it. You know, I've lost a lot of quote friends just because back in the day I was really so passionate about it, and 9/11 being an inside job and all that crap. And a lot of people don't realize how much we've been lied to about pretty much everything.
I think that, you know what, it actually took me, I graduated from high school the year you were born, so that kind of gives you my age. And it took me a long time. I was very naive into things, a lot of things, and I can remember starting the Vietnam War. A close friend had said a comment that it was really about running drugs, and I'm like, I did the same thing. I didn't question it. I just nodded my head, didn't realize later, well, my gosh, that's the truth. Yeah. And then, 2001, I actually worked for Tishman Speyer, who built the World Trade Center. So I knew the planes, in an hour did not take those towers down.
Right.
It had also been bombed once before in the basement. Didn't hardly do anything, and that was pretty big bombs. But long story short,
hold on just a second. I want to tell the chat room here. So this is a video I did in 2014 about chemtrails, and this was footage that I took, and I put this video together. And at the beginning of the the chemtrail footage. I have a clickbait. That's me in the middle. I did a photo shoot for a car magazine. This was back when I was a freelance photographer. So I actually made it that magazine. But I was doing a thing at the Texas heat wave, taking pictures of females with, you know, nice looking cars. So that's why I put that in there as clickbait. But here, underneath the video, I put chemtrails over Elgin, Texas, no joke, hard proof. And then right underneath it, they have their little thing here. Condensation trails, also called blah, 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 blah. They just try to completely discredit what I'm going to show right here. So I'm going to be playing that in the background. So you'll see there was like 5 or 6 planes spraying at the same time. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all in a row, and they were just blanketing the sky. Back then, this video is 2014, and I can't remember when I took this footage. They were a little bit more careless about how they sprayed, so it was a little bit more obvious. So they just, today, they don't tic-tac-toe as much as they used to and do this crazy spraying. But, sorry. All right.
Well, they've changed the format because if you've probably noticed, it used to take a while for the cloud, you know, for the spraying to dissipate into a cloud form. And now it seems like the cloud form is a lot lower and it's very quickly, and they've worked on it and it really looks like a cloud, you know, where decades ago it didn't look so much, you know, it took a while for it to look like a cloud.
Right.
Where now you almost, unless you see it being sprayed, you know, you pretty much always know that's what it is,
right?
Especially when you see the milky color of the sky, you know, they've been spraying, but it's like they've kind of improved the process.
Yep.
But now I hate to say this, right? The picture I'm looking at are 2 girls and a guy. No, 3 girls and a guy. There you go. Yeah, perfect. That's it.
Yeah. So yeah, I put that
Yeah.
picture on there for clickbait, so maybe more people would watch the video, but it didn't work. The video only has 562 views. But
Now, okay, because I do know that a lot of times, like I'll come back and I'm not able to see when you're live, and I'll come back later and just, you know, watch something from yours of the past. So now, does it show when that happens? Can you tell if people have viewed one of your shows?
yeah, it'll
that you've
show
already
me the
recorded?
view count, and I actually have a pretty high view count after my video has been live. So if there's been like 600 or 500 people watching by the next day, for such a small channel, I'll have almost 1,100 or 1,200 people that have watched that video since I, you know, stopped the live stream. So, but yeah, my channel is technically very small because it's typecast to the Convoy. I lose about 30 to 40 subs now every time I go live, because what will happen is people will come in here and they'll see that I'm not streaming the Convoy stuff, and they'll unsubscribe because they only subscribe to me for the Convoy stuff. So they can't.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Actually, that's how I started watching you, was, you know, because of the Convoy. Now, that is another thing you need to know. I lost my password to YouTube that probably started 15 years ago, and I didn't want to go through the process. I don't want to identify myself with YouTube because everything I try to watch with them. Long story short, it only has been the last 30 days that I found my old password and it works. So I am now subscribed to your channel. However, I watched you every single day there for at least 2 months. And then, you know, bless your heart, you more than needed a break from all of this, and then started back up. And I don't think any of those probably showed. So it made me wonder how many people are not subscribed, but they are watching, but they're like me. Maybe they're technically challenged, or their computer is old and they just don't really know how to, they've kind of changed the format, you know, to be able to subscribe to YouTube, trying to get on Google first. And so I think there probably are more people watching than you realize. They just haven't hit that subscribe button. I'm just, okay, you just said that you have a way of counting to see who's watching. I'm talking about subscribing.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that generally, okay, at the heyday of the channel when I was doing the Convoy stuff, I was gaining an average of 1,000 subscribers every 3 days.
Wow.
So that was the peak. And then it was like 1,000 subs every week. So now I'm losing 30 to 40 subscribers when I do a 2-hour stream. So that's how crazy it is, because what they'll do is they'll click on there, they'll see the thumbnail, sometimes they'll just see that I go live and go in and click and unsubscribe. And that's how, because remember, my channel was typecast to the Canada protests and the US protests. So because I'm not doing the restreaming anymore, and there's a lot of reasons why that nobody knows the exact truth. And maybe I'll talk about it on my podcast, but I don't really want to put it on YouTube for people to put on their channels so they can, make me look like I'm talking trash about somebody else. But I'm going to start naming names eventually, and it's
I wish you would. We know there's something behind it.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff.
I respect you for being cautious about it, because you don't want any innocent people slammed. However, there are a whole lot of people that need to be held accountable, or maybe there's just a few, but whoever it is, they need to be held accountable or get their names out there, because there were so many followers, so many people that donated that probably really didn't have the money. And I would love to know the truth. I know it's there. I know it's there, and I'm going to be honest with you. Whatever you say, I believe.
Well, I don't want you to believe it.
That isn't always necessarily true with other streamers that I listen to. I kind of it's like picking your battles. I kind of know who I trust and who you just don't know if it's true or not.
I want you to change the language of what you just said. Just one little word there. So you said, what I say, you believe. So to believe something, you have to have an absence of information in the subject that you are believing in. So maybe choose the correct word. Say that you know what I'm telling you is not to control you. Because if I'm lying to you, I want to control you. And I do not want to control you, so I'm not going to lie to you. So if you would just say, I know what you're saying has truth to it and value, instead of believe, because you see what I'm saying? There's a big difference. I don't want to control you. That's why I'm not lying to you. So I tell people all the time, if you want to quit smoking, don't say the word, I'm going to try to quit. Say, I'm going to quit. So when you want to know about something, know it instead of believe in it. So I'm not lying to you. So whenever people say, I believe in what you're saying, immediately my brain goes, no, I'm not lying to you. You don't have to believe me. You can know what I'm telling you is true. You can do your own research. So that's another talk I'm going to do about control. When somebody's lying to you, they're controlling you. That's a fact. And look at all the lies that are happening all around the world. How much control is happening there? So
I know, but usually, of course, I do know everything is so censored today, and you have to get down to what you know is true, and again, try to find it. But okay, if you give out information about the TPC, I'll do what I can on my end to try to do research on it, to verify that.
Right.
And I've tried to do just a little bit. I couldn't find anything. I just think there's so much going on every day. It's kind of like you said with Dane Wigington and, Deborah Tavares, who religiously I watched, every couple of days. I know what they've said. They've pre-educated on this, done the research, and now, boy, it's coming at us full steam. So now you're trying just to keep on level with our own government and globally what's going on. And it seems to change, literally not every day, but every hour it's changing.
Yeah, and look at the magic tricks they're pulling right now. They pulled a stunt with, what was the biggest one? Of course, the Texas shootings and all that nonsense, the Russia stuff. The now Biden's got COVID and all this nonsense. And the day before he supposedly got the Rona, he said he had cancer. So I guess he's slipping to the point to where they're just trying to get him out of the picture. So, but yeah, they're every day it's something else. And
yeah. Well, being from Georgia, I can tell you as far as like the election is concerned, there was something very much different.
Yeah.
And with that election in 2020, and that I had never seen before. Let me explain this to you. I had a heads up about COVID before it really hit. I take care of my 93-year-old mother. We usually get our taxes done at the AARP at the library, and I've been, pretty much getting things that you might need. This is before the lockdown. So I said, Mom, I think we need to go in like a day in advance. We need to go try to get our taxes done because I don't know what's going to happen with this.
And this is
we went in the
entertainment
next morning.
purposes only.
Now this was into this. Oh, I'm sorry. This is primary. This
Right.
is primary. This is March.
What I'm saying is this
I
is
think-
for entertainment purposes. She's actually a comedian, so what she's fixing to say is just a joke. So go ahead.
Oh, well, it was the funniest thing that happened to me, Fry.
Yeah.
Went to have our taxes done, and the library is closed until 10 o'clock, and that's when they come in, and we wanted to be the first in line. So we went expecting that we would have to just sit in our cars, and there was just a lot of people, it was open. And there were 4 women dressed very nicely, and what we didn't know was it was in March, so they were doing early people giving their marks about, who they might want to represent them. And this one woman, we had about a 2-hour wait, and one of the women sat down with me, and we just talked very well. I mean, she was a sweetheart. And she was explaining, that it was important that we make certain changes, and if we didn't, that somebody that is close to Ukraine might do something to our country because of this person. And it was important that we, supported some other person. Well, long story short, I'm sitting there thinking, I think this is pretty illegal. But again, I'm being respectful. When we come out, she hugs, she gives me a big goodbye. I hug her, I said goodbye. I got in the car with my mom. I said, I know we probably should go to authorities on this, but I go, she was so sweet, I don't want to get her in trouble. Now, I had no idea that might have effect 9 months later.
So she was trying to
But,
get you to vote for somebody different than she was trying to change your thought process.
She was very straightforward with it. Who we had to get out of office and who we should vote for. Very straightforward. Very straightforward. My father worked the polls for years. He is now deceased. But the people that were there representing people to come in, they were not the normal people. They were dressed very businesslike. It was a whole different demeanor. Everything was different. And
so you're saying these people could have been there planted.
Let me say this:
they
said to me, we need to remove somebody. We need to remove somebody. If they don't, we're going to die. Those were the words, except it was more specific, very specific.
Wow.
Very specific.
Well, we're
now,
entering into the area of channel strikes, so we just got to be careful here, because I know somebody that got their channel taken down just by saying words like what you're saying. So maybe we can speak a little bit more in code.
Okay.
But yeah, this is the world we live in.
Yeah, there were a lot more things that happened maybe 6 and 7 months later that were very much out of the norm. A lot of things, got a lot of nice things in the mail that we didn't request. So just in case, we weren't feeling so good, we wouldn't have to go in person to on November 4th or whatever day it is in November. And it was so nice and thoughtful of them to do that, because we actually got one for my father who passed away in 2017. I started keeping them. Are you going to get a strike?
No, nope. I don't know. I don't know what gets me a strike, but I know that I think Tommy Temper got a strike by talking about something like this. I can't remember who it was, but it was about the election stuff. So I just got to, I don't know. There's no community guidelines for YouTube. That's the thing. There's no words that say, you can't say this, you can say that, you can't say this. So I'm going to start my own podcast where we can do a call-in show, and it's going to be on my own platform, and we can speak the way we really want to speak. So I know, but I don't want to lose this platform right now, because I want to be able to steer people towards my stuff where we have some more freedom.
I have some more specifics, but that's just going to be the end of the subject. I think you've got the gist of it.
Yeah. I know what happened. I know what's going on, and that's how much control they have over people at this point, because I get the channel taken away for 7 days, the second one is 14 days, and the third one is you lose your whole channel. So that's the thing. I think we can talk around things to where we can say things and people know what we're talking about, but I do want to start maybe a Friday night open lines like tonight, but on my own platform. So it'll be, I haven't figured out what I'm going to do for the video streaming yet. I'm definitely not going to use Rumble and all that crap. I already have my own chat room software. I'm going to have my own chat room. It's going to be my own homegrown stuff where I have it here, and it's just going to be old school. And it's going to be fun. So I just haven't.
Yeah, I was going to say what you did earlier. Oh my God, I've been wanting to call in since you were talking about Lake Mead. It's like, Fry, I know where you can go to. Of course, I should have known you already have all the information, but then you started in with the Saturday Night Live and you got the belly laughs, and I'm like, I can't break this up.
Yeah. So all right, here in the chat, on the screen here, I took these pictures over McDonald's. This was back when they used to geoengineer a little bit different. They were a little bit more careless. So I'm going to pause that for a second. That's a real picture I took where I live, and I have thousands of pictures like this. Okay? This is not the only one. One day I'll just show my archive of geoengineering just over where I live. And the gurus say there's an average of 750 planes spraying the skies at all times. I'm not talking about commercial airliners. This is the geoengineering operation, is an average of 750 planes spraying around the world. But look at that picture. That's real geoengineering.
Okay, looks like we're looking at Las Vegas.
Oh, well, you're going to be delayed.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's just the clickbait.
I'm looking at Las Vegas, and I'm
clickbait.
looking at your SUV. There you go. Yep. Those look really familiar there. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it would do the wispy clouds, where when they first started, and then the sky got milky.
Yeah.
Either formed clouds or, how you knew you could go out first thing in the morning. I could start doing yard work before daylight and see a blue, crisp sky every now and then.
Yeah.
And then come inside, go back outside 8:30 in the morning, and I see them started. By 11 o'clock, they had all dissipated. It was either clouds or the whole sky was just a milky white haze,
Yep.
not the normal blue crisp
It's
clouds that
silvery,
we grew up
milky,
with.
yeah, and it's kind of hard on your eyes the way it makes the sun go through the geoengineering
Mhm.
stuff.
You can't look at the sun.
Yeah.
You can't look at the sun.
It's just crazy the way it
And,
messes with your eyes.
Yeah. So, and it's interesting. It has also, I don't know, I haven't done a lot of research on this. I just know it's fact. My sister owned a home for 20 years in historic St. Augustine, Florida. They had two hurricanes right in a row, 2016, 2017. I don't know if it's Matthew and Irma, but I would go there quite frequently and, knew the water table, the lay of the land. The first hurricane, she had 4 feet of storm surge come through her house. The second hurricane, not quite as much, but about the same. So I went down to help her, and I'm looking at the ocean, and I'm looking at the bay. She's a block from the bay, and at low tide, it actually looks like high tide. That's at low tide. We went to a private beach called Volano Beach, and half the beach was no more. The houses that had been hurt by the hurricane, it's like the water was now 50% permanently at low tide. I'm getting them mixed up now. Anyway, the table of the water has increased. And I said, I had not visited her in about 4 years, gone down there. And I said, when on earth did the water table, I said, it looks like the ocean has risen. I said, when did all of that start? She goes, the hurricane in 2016. So I went back to all of my previous pictures, and then went back to my mother had been down there, and she always sent me pictures. So I had a comparison I could see up until 2016, and darned if she isn't right. And then I went the next year, and in honest to goodness, looked like the ocean had risen more. And this is permanently. This is permanently. And, a lot of the people that had nice long beachfront, the ocean water was right up literally to their property. And in fact, there was one house that they had, you could tell they had gotten nailed. They did repairs, brought in rocks, put in a wall that they could, and had these huge spotlights that you would see on ships that were on their patio deck, that at night they shined out to the ocean because they never knew how quickly it would encroach. I mean, it was crazy. And I started going down there in 2001. Never saw anything like that.
Huh. And see, that's weird because in Galveston, my dad and stepmom, they had 3 beach houses before Ike, and Ike took out all 3 of them. And what we've seen is the water has gone further out a little bit instead of closer. But I guess it's different because in Florida maybe it's washing the sand away and it's making the water come up, and they're not rebuilding the sand. But I'm not seeing any ocean level rise on any. There's a rock that's sitting at ocean level, and they have pictures of this rock. It's in this chamber, and they took a picture of it in like the 1800s or 1900s, can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
And then they took a picture of it recently, and the ocean level is the exact same level there. So
yeah, I've got there's the St. Augustine Inlet, and we would get, again, it's a place that the public didn't know about, but we did. We would go shelling at 5 o'clock in the morning. You could drive on the beach, drive right on the beach, come around the corner, go to the inlet, look at the historic area of St. Augustine. No problems. At high tide, plenty of place to park. That was the other thing. Not only was that beach area now all water, these people that were probably, I'd have to say, several hundred yards from water, they had water now permanently. I mean, permanently, that at high tide would be kind of like at your street. It was that close. And I know some of those houses, they're the next big storm that they get through there. Luckily enough, they have not had any further hurricanes there. But, then you get a northeaster and at high tide and all the worst case scenarios. But some of those houses just aren't going to make it. Yeah. And I have, and in fact, it's interesting, Google Earth, I'll periodically get on Google Earth, and they don't update very often. In this particular region that I'm talking about, the inlet, they have the picture from before the hurricane with all the land still there, the sand still there. And then, of course, when I was there, I took several pictures, and what a difference. I mean, what a difference. I'm waiting for Google Earth to update some of those pictures. Do you know any other site that I can go to that where if I plugged in an address, it's similar to the Google Earth, that it would zoom down?
Not that's to the public. When I worked for the city and the county, we had our own special software that we could that they paid for, and I got access to it because I was the IT guy. And I still have those CDs, and that's how they would check for, encroachments and outbuildings and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, nothing that's to the public. You have to pay, and it's a government thing. So it's called Plymouth Rock. So now the people that are trying to say that the oceans are rising are discrediting Plymouth Rock. So there's a picture of it taken in 1620, and it's always been by the ocean. And now today, the ocean level is the exact same. And now there's websites trying to say, oh, well, that doesn't prove that the oceans are not rising. Well, if this huge rock is right beside the ocean and the water was hitting it, and the water's still hitting that huge rock today, and it hasn't moved, come on, people. But whatever.
They're probably not taking their time to do research on it.
Yeah. But I'm not seeing any evidence of any ocean rising anywhere because we've owned oceanfront property. Plymouth Rock is still having the same amount of water over it as it had, hundreds of years ago. And there's something called the mudflats in California that are exactly the same way as they've always been. So if Florida is experiencing different stuff there, it could be because the sand is eroding away and it's an illusion of the water getting closer. But I don't know of any proof that the ocean levels are rising. As a matter of fact, they could be dropping a tad bit, but it's supposed to be completely refined system. We live in an enclosed system. It's not what NASA tells us. So I'm not here to sell you a DVD or take your money. I'm just presenting you with information that is something, if you're not aware of it, you might want to look into, because it will give you freedom. I'm all about freedom. So if I present you truth, if I present you some truth and it disturbs your bubble, your mindset, that means that you're not free in that aspect of life, okay? So I'm presenting you truth, and I'm freeing you of what is not true, which is a lie. So if something's lying, or somebody or something is a lie in your brain or your psyche, that is controlling you. So when I present you information, it's to give you freedom. So when I say things, look into them and go, oh wow, that's kind of cool. So right here, here's Plymouth Rock. I'm going to put it up on the screen. And it's the same way it's always been. It's been in this cage.
Now, is that in Texas?
No.
Is that where your parent? Is where your parent? Am I getting two areas mixed up? I know you talked about your parents had 3 houses.
No, my stepmom and my dad had 3 beach houses before Ike took them out on Galveston Island. So this Plymouth Rock is in Massachusetts.
You're right. Yeah. Okay.
And it's labeled 1620. It's been there. They put it there in 1620. And it's got the same amount of water over it that it's had since then. And all of the propaganda people that are pushing that the ocean levels are rising, oh, they've moved the rock. No, that's the whole point. You don't touch the rock. Nobody touches the rock. And it's not like they're moving it closer to the ocean. They haven't touched it. It's in this cage area, you know? But I want to buy a Oh, that's funny. VicBCLive says, but I want to buy a DVD. So I must have said that I'm not selling you a DVD. That's funny. That's great. But yeah, if I say things that challenge your... I didn't type my message. If I say things that challenge your belief system, then it's better to know what I'm saying and not believe that what I'm saying is true or not true.
Right. Okay. And I think I probably used the wrong terminology when I said I know what you say is truth. Let's just say this: I'm more apt to, if you say something, and I always do research, you know, regardless of who it is, versus somebody else that maybe I've listened to. I won't name names, but if they said it, I probably wouldn't even take the time to look it up. So I think this is probably part of the way that, you know, when you're 70 years old, you communicate that way. But I pretty much am one that I always have to research everything for myself.
Yeah,
Because
and I'm the same way.
I know it to be fact, I don't like to repeat it.
Right. I'm the same way. So I'm constantly looking into stuff because somebody could be trying to control you or controlling you with misinformation. And that's the thing. Are they trying to control you? Are you being controlled by that? That's not true. And that's generally the case. So I'm going to put a link in the chat to this video of Plymouth Rock. Do your own research. I'm not here to take your happiness away, but the oceans are not rising. The oceans are staying the exact same level. And as a matter of fact, most of these elites that say the ocean level's rising are buying oceanfront property. So they would be selling it pretty quick if it was rising like they're telling us. Like Al Gore was telling us, oh, we're going to never have snow again. The oceans are going to be up 20 feet. You know, the world's coming to an end. It's not happening.
Yeah. You know, and I can only speak from the area that I was used to going for long periods of time. You know, so it's, you know, it's like an old relative. You've been there so many times, and all of a sudden there's major changes. You notice it.
Right. And see, that could be
I
sand
can't
erosion.
speak for the whole ocean. When I said that, I didn't mean it was. I can't speak for the other oceans. I can only speak for that area.
Right. So
and you could be right as far as there could be sand erosion.
That's exactly what
and
happens.
other things.
And they don't replenish the sand in certain places. And they do that on purpose sometimes because what they want to do is take over that land. And they started doing that in Galveston. So what I would do is I'd go down there when I would visit is I would plant greenery. So as I would take stuff and transplant it in front of the beach house, and they would call that a yard, and it only had to be so much greenery. But if there was just straight sand coming up to the back of your deck, they would try to say, okay, you can't have your house there. So as long as we had, and I transplanted all these things that would grow in salt water to create this yard. So once you have this yard in front of between you and the ocean, then they're not trying to take your house away, because the state's been trying to steal that property for the longest. And there's just so many stories I could tell about what's going on with these stuff in Galveston. And but yeah, we live on a stationary sea level is sea level all around the world. It's the same. Water always finds its level. That's why they call it sea level. You cannot have sea level on a ball. So that's another thing. So there's so many things that will blow people's minds when they really look into what's going on. But we live in a stationary, flat plane. That's how airplanes work. Airplanes are flying over a flat, stationary plane. The gauges in an airplane are called horizon gauges. The things that make the airplanes fly the correct direction and level are gyros. And we're stationary as all get out. So we're lied to. Well, they're lying to us about everything. NASA is the most evil four-letter corporation there is out there. They are the biggest problem right now. NASA, the Elon Musk of the world, the Bill Gates, the Al Gores, the people that want to tax us for just breathing, So yeah, what I'm telling you is I'm telling you some facts. And if I'm shifting your paradigm, look into all this stuff I'm talking about. But NASA's lying about the satellite systems. I'm in that industry in the radio industry. There is no satellites hovering above our heads. It all works all the internet works locally on the ground. It goes to cell towers, and if you need a satellite to get out in the country or something, all they do is they take the ground-based satellite dish, they fire it up on the ionosphere, it bounces back down, and you're receiving a reflective signal. That's all it is. There's no internet originates in the sky. It's just a reflective signal that you're receiving on your dish. If you have Dish Network, Hughes Network, DirecTV, it's all reflective signals. There's no floating satellites out there. There's no magical things going on out there. It's all science fiction. Things are not as sophisticated and as complicated as people think. It's all...
Okay, so Elon Musk doesn't have any satellites up there.
No, he doesn't have any. He has no reason to put any satellites up there, nor could he, because there's no point in having a satellite floating in the sky. Here's the thing that will maybe open your mind a little bit when it comes to satellites. There's places all around the world that don't have satellite coverage. Now, how can that be? Because there's supposed to be 17 or 20,000 satellites out there, according to the liars. There should be no blank spots. The reason why there's blank spots is because they don't have the technology to push that signal up there and have it reflected everywhere. It's just how it works. There is no... And Elon Musk is the new front for... He's the new savior. See, people worship him. And that's what I was telling today when I was doing my rant on my bike. I'm going to start my own church, and we're going to start worshiping Fauci, Elon, and all these people, just because it's so absurd. We might as well just start a church. But yeah, now, of course, I was joking. It was comedy. But, yeah, people worship Elon. He's a big liar. He's a destroyer.
No.
He's not a creator.
Yeah, but I think that... I didn't mean to cut you off,
no,
Brian.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No,
I think the things that he's done, because didn't he kind of manipulate Bitcoin about a year and a half ago?
Yeah, that's the
destroyer. He's gone to buy a couple things, and then maybe that stock or whatever will go up, and then he backs out. And this one with Twitter, and there could be a lot behind the Twitter. I don't know, but I think after the Bitcoin incident, I realized, this guy isn't for the average man. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's a destroyer, not a creator. Now, people think that he started PayPal. No, he didn't. It was a company out of California, Silicon Valley. It was 3 guys. He was not involved with PayPal. He came in when PayPal started to get some attention, and he came in with his company. I think it was called XCOM, and he was there for a short while. He didn't write the code. He wasn't the brains behind it. Same thing with Tesla. He didn't start Tesla. He came into Tesla when they were hurting for money, and then he came in and invested money to Tesla. He's not the brains behind it. Go look at the brains behind Tesla. Those people started other companies like Lucid and all. There's a lot of people that launched their own companies and left Tesla. They were the brains behind the company, the original company. Elon is just like a... I don't know.
White-collar criminal?
Well, I wouldn't call him a criminal. I'd call him a scam artist. Look at what he lied about. He said he launched his Roadster up into space. That was a big hoax. And he even said it. He said it looks so fake, it's got to be real. He said something like that. So he's just a big hoaxer. He lies every time he speaks. He says, we're going to go to Mars by the year 2024. All right? Mars is not what you think it is. You can't go to Mars. Why don't we just go back to the moon? Oh, because we never did. NASA lied about that too. Look at the lunar lander. The lunar lander's made out of like tinfoil. Look at the original lunar lander pictures on the moon. It's a movie set. It's all lies. Okay, the whole thing is lies. They're lying about everything. And now they're going to be lying about the water shortages. You know, they're creating these problems like, you know, it's going on in Vegas. And geoengineering is going to be, oh, we have to do this to save the planet because we're overheating. We're going to have to eat bugs. You're going to have a social credit score. Right now, I'm building the world's worst social credit score. So I'm going to be...
I was just getting ready to say that. You know, I was getting ready to say that.
Yeah,
You're toast.
I'm on a list. I'm toast. And I don't care. Because guess what? When you have nothing to lose, you lose it. Come and mess with me and see what happens to you. I don't have kids. I don't have close family. So come and mess with me. I don't have anybody. So come on, bring it on, guys. I'm not afraid of you. So...
Yeah. Oh, did you hear the one? I think this happened within the last couple days. It's in the Midwest someplace, but starts with an F, ends with an I. They're federal and statewide, but statewide they went knocking on people's doors to ask them if they had this paper that listed everybody who had made certain purchases within the last, let's say, year, and something that in line if somebody might break in your house that you might protect yourself with. So they showed the video. The man got it on his ringtone video, got a knock on the door. There were 3 of these men, and they were asking him if he had made these 2 purchases, and they wanted to see it. Did you see that one?
No. Nope.
Okay. Go to, oh God, they're homesteaders. They just put the video up, and it will tell you what state, because they were explaining it they live off the grid. You guys would get along. They were explaining that legally, you know, if they do that, you can just shut the door. Don't do anything. But he said, I wouldn't have believed it if I had not seen it on video. And I saw it on video. It came up today. And let me see if I can at least get the name for you so you can see it, because this just happened. And it sounded like, okay, this is what it is. It is titled, "This is Really Happening in America. Door to door." The website is Off Grid with Doug and Stacy. It's a 14.5-minute video, and he will actually show the video of the men at the door, you know, with the conversation, you know, them asking, you know, to see that they'll wait while he goes and sees those 2 purchases, because they just want to make sure that he hasn't sold them to somebody else, and that he has possession of those 2 items that he purchased. So what Doug, and they have a lot of very good informative things on homesteading off the grid, was saying that apparently there was an article in their paper that their state attorney had let that entity know that they were not going to be allowed to go to their state, and I don't know if they live in Missouri or Iowa, that they were protected. And if they got a knock on the door from anybody, asking these questions. Do not do this. Don't answer it. You can just shut the door in their face. That legally they would have to have a warrant and other information. The other thing that was concerning, and you'll listen to it in the video. The video just speaks for itself. It might be 5 minutes, 6 minutes long. Is the guy wasn't opening the door to let them in and saying, "Oh, just hold on a minute. Let me get what you want." The person who knocked on the door also said, "Oh, I see you were in Philadelphia, and I can't remember. I see you've got some kind of traffic violation or a violation there." So, are you following what I'm saying?
Yep. I just had
Okay.
a little bug crawling on the. Had to
Yeah.
take care
So
of 'em.
just watch that video. It's a good one.
But yeah, if somebody
And,
comes knocking on my door, they've already committed one crime because I have a no trespassing sign on my gate, so they've already opened my gate, and that's already a problem. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it looks like you've got good camera
Yeah,
coverage.
there's a
up.
reason why I keep my cameras up while I'm streaming. That's a live feed of my front yard, and I can switch to all the different cameras just like this. So all I have to do is here, and I have I have 3 systems in my house. This is just one of the systems. I don't let everybody see all my cameras. This is just one of the systems.
Mm-hmm.
So we got the bug out trailer, actually has its own camera. There's the voltage of the solar power, the batteries. That's in the house. I can see the voltage of that solar system on that side of the house. Back porch, backyard. This is me in the living room studio, and that's the old studio over there. This is more backyard, and this is back patio. And that's one system. I have a Hike Vision system, and I have a WYSIWYG system. So yeah, I don't play around. Knock on my door. Go right ahead. See what happens. If you make it to my
if you
door.
lived a little closer, I'd do it.
Yeah.
And then I'd have my hands up. Fry, no.
Yeah, I've been SWAT teamed in my own house before by there was 5 police officers staring at me through one window and 3 in the kitchen window, and I had a shotgun in my hand. I guess I'll tell this story. So I used to work out of my house years ago, just like in 2006, and I had a secretary. She had an office in the middle of the house. So I had a secretary, and I had my office in here, and all of a sudden I hear screaming, and this is going to be pretty graphic. It was cats screaming, and what had happened was the neighbor's pit bull got over the fence and came in and killed like 2 or 3 of my cats, the kittens.
Oh no!
So the kittens, and these weren't house cats. These were wild cats that I adopted and I was feeding, and they were my pets. So anyway, I got pretty mad. I grabbed my shotgun and I chased the pit bull out of the yard, and then he ran into the front yard. Well, he chased me in the back of the truck first. He wanted to bite me, and I wasn't going to let that happen. So then I kind of fired off a shot in my backyard, and then I went to the front yard of the neighbor's house, and I fired off a couple of shots in his front yard, a shotgun. I'm an old country boy. I don't play around. And I was doing that not to kill the dog, but to scare the dog back over the fence, okay? I don't play around. And the dog couldn't get over the fence at that point. So the neighbor comes out that owned the dog. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm going to kill your effing dog," because I was in a rage at that point. So what he did is he went back in, and he saw that I had a shotgun, and he already heard the shotgun go off a couple of times. He called the cops and said that I was shooting somebody in my house. That's the report I got. So that's why I got SWAT team. So I had gone back in my house. My secretary at that time had already taken the dead kittens, and she walked onto the island, and she was already burying them because at that year we were having a drought. So she was already burying the kittens, so I didn't have to see them. So good for her. Well, I'm sitting here in the middle of the living room. there was a couch right here where I'm at, and I'm staring out the back door watching her burying the kittens. And I'm pretty emotional at that point and really pissed off. And all of a sudden, I was such in a rage, I had no idea. I hear, "Put the gun down!" I was like, what the hell? And I hear it a couple times, "Put the gun down!" And I turn around, and there's 5 guns pointed at my head through this window because I didn't have blinds or shades. I had the blinds up, and I didn't have curtains at the time. And it was 5 cops with their guns pointed at me, and I had a shotgun in my hand. And I was like, "You got the wrong guy." And they yelled again, "Put the gun down!" So I put the gun down on the couch, and I walk out the front door, and they immediately grab me and throw me in my yard, and then put their knee on my back, handcuff me. All the neighbors were like, "What the hell's going on?" Because there's, you know, it was a silent approach. There was no sirens. There was just lights. So they thought they were coming into me holding somebody hostage in my house. So I'm sitting there with eating grass in my front yard. The neighbors are all looking at me. And once they got the story, you know, they stole my gun. They put the gun in their car. And once they got the whole story, what happened, they gave me the gun back. And one guy apologized. And one of the cops said he was a second from putting me out. He was 1 second away from shooting me.
Wow.
So yeah, I came within 1 or 2 seconds, because he was looking at me funny. I was like, "What's your problem?" Because he was really pissed because he was scared. See, so if he was going to put a hole in me, he was afraid I was going to put a hole in him first. You see how that works? So he was mad at me because I scared him, and that's when I got him to admit that he was going to shoot me in a couple of seconds. So I was pretty close to being shot in SWAT teams in my own house. But yeah, that's my "don't mess with me" story. That's just one of them. And
did they give your rifle back?
They gave me the gun back. Yeah, and I can't remember how much that cost me in court though. But yeah, I was known.
What did they charge you with?
I can't remember. Exhibition. Let's see.
Exhibition, isn't that where you're not dressed properly?
No, it was firing a weapon. I can't remember what it was called. But see, because here's where I went wrong. I stepped onto his property, and that's where I went wrong. But I didn't care because I was pissed. Okay, so when I get into a rage, my temper's like, boom, you're done. So it was something to do with firing a gun in the city limits. And I think it cost me, it was either $800 or something like that, and some crazy court case nonsense. And here's the thing, they used that against me in another case. So there was a crazy meth head neighbor guy that was running up and down the street one night. This was a completely different event. And I was across at the neighbor's house working on his plumbing, and it was 3 of us standing in the yard. And I was soldering his yard line because I was the guy that would, fix people's stuff. I used to be a plumber. So this guy's running up and down the neighborhood fast. He was all methed out, and we yelled at him, "Slow the F down." And he finally stops and locks up right in front of the house because he was doing this several times. And he stops right in front of my house, and I walk over there. I had a Guinness beer in my hand. He gets out with a pair of brass knuckles and just tries to lay me out. He knocked me backwards, actually, because he had brass knuckles, and he busted up my mouth and my lip really bad. I mean, it looked like hamburger meat, and because the brass knuckles were metallic, they had the spike things on them, and I didn't drop my beer though. Okay, so I got my mouth messed up pretty bad, and it messed up my elbow really bad, but I fell back, and I didn't drop my beer, and then he went over to try to hit my my friends that were standing in the street. So I pulled out my knife. And I was, I'm trained to work with my knife. And I said, "Don't you dare hit him." And the guy that was sitting right beside me, he says, "Mike, don't kill him." Because he saw the rage. Because I was ready to rock and roll. And I was just going to gut him right there. And he backed off. And as soon as he got back in his truck, I threw the beer bottle at his truck at his door, and then, of course, he goes and tattles. The cops show up. We call the cops, actually. The cops arrest him because he had warrants for his arrest. Guess what he had warrants for his arrest for? For stopping people in traffic and punching them in the face. The same thing he did to me in front of my house, he's been to jail for before. So I had to go to testify in front of a court, and they used the case where I was shooting the gun in my neighbor's yard against me to make me look like I'm some kind of crazy person, which maybe I am. But no, I just don't put up with anything. I don't play around. So that was a black eye on my record because I fired that.
Well, did you generate revenue then? In other words, did they use that so they could also generate some revenue for themselves?
No, that didn't cost me a thing. But they tried because I was testifying against him because I wanted him to be back in prison again because he punched me in the face. I'm one that had the case against him. They used the case against me shooting a shotgun in somebody's front yard like I'm the one that's the loose cannon. They called me a Rambo and all that nonsense. Right. So I know what it's like to be aggressed and how they use things against you. So like I said, I'm building a social credit score of negative 1,000 right now, saying the things I'm saying about Elon Musk is not somebody you should worship. NASA lies about everything. Look up the lunar lander hoax. These are all real things. Don't worship man and seek your own truth. And remember, when somebody's lying to you, they're controlling you, period. Period. The things I'm telling you are the truth. Okay, whether you want to accept it or not.
Yeah.
Do your research.
Yeah,
I'm
do
not,
your research. Do your research.
I'm not building a club. I might start a church to worship Elon and Fauci, but that's it. If I do a church, it's just to worship Fauci because we love Fauci. We're going to be playing CNN in the backdrop. We're going to have these big screens. We're going to have CNN in the backdrop. We're going to worship Fauci, hail Fauci. Elon Musk, we're going to have Elon Musk posters everywhere, statues of Elon. We're going to have Al Gore up there. We're going to do it right.
Sounds good to me. Then I'll have a stake and something to burn them on when it's over with. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
No threats here. No threats, just a thought.
No, it's just a joke. She's just joking. Yeah.
I am just absolutely joking. I can't even hurt a fly.
Yeah, I'm a comedian, so that's the whole point. This is all just.
I am a comedian.
This is all just comedy hour.
Word I say.
It's early in the morning comedy hour, and that's all it is. This is all just for comedy.
Yeah. Comedy hour at Fry TV.
Yep, we're having a little fun on a Friday.
We're
night.
going back to some. It was some good SNL skits. Yeah, this kind of reminded me of some of those SNL skits.
Yeah.
They need to have more of that right now.
And they can't do it because everything's so woke.
I know.
There's no sense of humor. And I don't like to label people, but I'm going to have to say these words just so people understand. But people that generally, if you voted for Joe Biden, you're that type of philosophy. So some people would call it left, and I don't like labels. But generally, people on the left, I've seen this because I know that some people personally do not have a sense of humor, and they can't laugh about certain things, and they can't laugh at themselves. So what is it with that? Why can't we have comedy anymore? What's the problem? And their version of comedy is Orange Man Bad, and it's not funny at all.
Yes.
That's
I won't say it. In other words, if the tables are turned, what is their comedy may not be our comedy. We might not see the humor in it completely.
Yeah. So Pure Knight in the chat room says, Fry, I can buy a used car salesman suit. Can I be a preacher? Yes. And as long as you start screaming like Sam Kinison, you can be one of the preachers in the church. Yeah. Exactly.
Preach on, brother. Preach on. We'll listen.
VicBCLive says, I'm offended. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Fry, I've enjoyed talking to you. You've given me some good food for thought.
Yeah.
I'll look forward to today that you can get a private chat and nothing has to be set in cold. And, you can get that credit score of yours back up. But if you're like a lot of people today, we really don't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, I don't care about the social credit score.
It is what it is.
Yeah, they're
It is
building
what
a
it
social
is.
credit score on me right now. I don't care about it, but I still want to keep the Frei family together and keep it growing. So that's why I kind of told you to be a little bit cautious about what you're talking about. All right, so I'll let you go, and somebody else is calling. So you have a good evening, and I'm going to take this
Okay,
other
good
call.
night, Fry.
Good
Thank you for all the entertainment
Uh-huh.
in the
Thank you.
conversation.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Caller, you're on the air.
It's Sean. Sure, mate.
Hey, how's it going?
I just, I thought it was funny.
Yeah, so am I offending you?
Oh my God! You know what? You gotta try harder to offend me, dude. I'm a Canadian, man, from the East Coast, born and raised. My parents are from Scotland. Are you kidding me? Offend me?
Yeah. So have you ever been SWAT teamed at your house before?
Several times.
Several
And it was
times?
actually really funny.
Cool. So I'm not the only one.
No, it happened from people off the internet. That's why I laugh. I'm like, I don't care. I tell people where I live. I don't give a shit. But
All
you're
right.
going to get a really hard reality when I open the door.
Yep. Yep. I got 357 things that will change their mind. And I only have to put a 38 in
you got
it.
a few more than me. You got a few more than me.
Well, I was
I'll
talking
give you
about the
that.
caliber.
Well, I knew exactly where you were going
Yeah.
with it. You said it. I didn't have to, but okay.
Yeah, and I like to use hollows. So yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Knocky knock
yeah,
all
they're
you
definitely
want.
the most funnest, right?
Yep. Yep. So yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not scared.
Nah, you're totally a true Texan, man. From listening to you all night, you're totally a true Texan, through and through, dude.
Yeah. I'm old school.
When I lived down there, holy crap. I was just a young kid coming from Canada, going to the oil field down and, right outside of Houston and stuff like that.
Right.
And the way you guys roll around in your trucks and you got your firearms and stuff like that. And the one thing that really killed me, man, it made me laugh every time we did it, was the drive-through bars.
Yeah. We have drive-through beer barns here. Yeah. Yeah, that's not common in Canada, huh?
No, we just laughed our asses off. We were like, oh, this is great as shit, man. You just, roll up to a drive-thru. Yeah, can we get, a six-pack and, a couple of cocktails? And, yeah, fire right on, cool.
Yeah, we pull up, we get our beer, and then you pull out of the beer barn. This is exactly how it would happen. So I'd be in my old farm truck, and I hopped up the engine. I had a 400 modified. I boarded over to 430. I had
Of course you did.
I had straight exhaust coming out the back, and it was loud. I had mud grip tires on it still. I had a stall converter on my transmission so I could come off the line really hot.
Oh, so you could do brake lights. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I literally
yeah.
had a stall converter, torque converter installed, and the transmission was
Yeah, so
streaked
you
out.
just hit it and then just let go and go.
I had a double
you'd be
pumper
gone.
carburetor, the tachometer, you name it.
450 double pumper.
I can't remember if it was a 650, 750, or 850. I don't remember at the time.
No, but that type of truck, you had the
But it was a
450
Holly,
double pumper.
it wasn't a crap carburetor back then, and it was it wasn't a vacuum secondary. It was a true double pumper with
You're
two accelerator
totally
pumps.
Texan, man.
So
You're so
anyway,
Texan.
so we're pulling through the
Funny.
drive-through. We get our beer, and then I do a burnout, kind of going out of it, and then when the truck slows down right on the corner, there was a guy that was always selling weed, and he would sell us a pinner. So in Texas, they call it a pinner. So for $2.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So for
The
$2,
pinners,
we
yeah.
could get a joint. So you get our 6-pack of beer, we get our pinner joint, and then boom. And he'd just walk up to the truck and just lean his arms in the window, and we do our little exchange.
And drop it.
And then we go on our way. So we had our little crappy pinner, And it had just enough weed in there to where it didn't smell like rolling papers, you know. So it was literally
know what
just
you're
the
talking about.
skinniest joint you could buy. But we didn't care, you know, we
God,
were
we're
kids.
fucking old, man.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, are we old, dude?
Yeah,
Jesus,
and that's
man.
how we rolled back in the day. And we would race around town. The cops didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, we used to drink beer with the cops. And in the parking lot, they'd say, we don't care if you drink beer here. Just Mr. Johnson says if you just pick up your beer cans, that's all he cares about. So just don't leave them behind.
And don't make us work too hard tonight because we don't have to tell your mother or your dad.
Right. And at the time, I didn't
Remember
have that
back
issue
in those
because
days?
I was a
Yeah.
wild horse, and I didn't live at home at that time. But anyway.
Oh, dude, me either, man. But they still knew who our parents were.
Right, and then we had another place that we could go. There was a convenience store, and Mr. Carter, he says, he didn't care if y'all hang out down here. It was the hangout. Just make sure you pick up your beer cans.
Oh, yeah.
And we were not of drinking age or anything back then.
But they didn't care, man.
No.
As long as you had money, they didn't care.
We
and
had
they knew your parents
shotguns,
anyway, so it was like,
22s.
okay, just don't say nothing, but here you go.
Right, we had shotguns. We had guns, beer, joints. We'd go out picking
Hey,
shrooms.
do you remember when they came out with the pony kegs when we were kids?
Yeah.
And then it was like,
Yeah,
right
we'd go out
on.
and picking
We could have
shrooms.
pool parties. Cool.
Yeah, so we'd go pick our own shrooms and everything, you know, on the cow patties at night. So
Yeah. I know it.
Yeah.
Trust me, dude. I grew up in Alberta, which is Canada's Texas. So, yeah, it's the same thing, man.
yeah, gas was cheap back then, and I'm pretty
It
sure
was like
under a gallon.
17 cents a liter.
Yeah, it was cheap, man. Because you know that truck would drink a lot of gas. It had a 430 modified. It was a Ford
You remember
1997.
back in the day?
It was
back in the day when you could fill your car or your truck up with like just under $20. Remember those days?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah,
man.
I was crazy, and then I used to
Jesus.
street race when I built my hot rods. I've done so
No, I
much
still
crazy
do
stuff.
it. I still do it, but it's expensive, man. Shit.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Back then, you could street race and not be in prison or jail. Nowadays, you can't do that.
Yeah, you gotta do it smart these days.
Yeah.
There's only certain places you can do it now.
We had a quarter-mile
And
track.
now it's big money and pink slips. So
Yep. We had a quarter-mile track, a legit quarter-mile track set up right on the edge of the city limits. And we had it marked. We had a flag person with flashlights and the whole 9 yards.
yeah,
man.
we used to do that. Yeah, we used to do that too.
Yeah.
But it's not like that anymore. These kids are just like completely asinine and like right out of their brains. It's like, what are you guys doing, man?
Yeah.
Seriously? No, this is not how you street race, man.
Yeah, and then you see the shows on TV about street racing, and that's all fake crap because they have lighting.
It's all BS.
Yeah,
man.
it's all
BS.
pre-staged.
They have lights and
Yeah,
everything on that
producers.
strip and
That's not
everything,
street
man.
racing. I'll show you how we used to do it. You got to be quick and get it. You hit it and you get it. You don't get out there and hang out.
You got to
with a
get
bunch
out
of
of
beers.
that box faster than the guy beside you, man.
Yeah, you hit
gotta
it,
get
you
out
get
of that
it,
box
and
quicker than that guy.
If it's at night, you know, you can have somebody with the flashlight drop, and then they get in their vehicle. You don't hang out and party there. When you get on the quarter mile, you
No.
hit it and you get it. And sometimes you don't have a flashlight person. Sometimes it was just you line up and you go.
You either had the guy with the flashlight or it was a girl with a bandana.
Yep. And if you didn't have a girl with you, it was not such a great night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, we're old, man. Holy crap, we're old.
I used to bring guns to school. Back in the day, we used to have open campus, so we'd carry our guns in a gun rack to school. And the only reason why we take them
dude.
out of the gun rack is so nobody would
You guys
steal them.
carry them in the back of your truck window, man.
Yeah,
like
we
it's
have gun
nothing.
racks.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, and the only reason why I take them out of the gun rack when I'd shut the truck, so back in the day they had a thing where you slip your gun right under your, there was a seat cover that has a thing where you could put your shotgun in.
It had the glass.
Yeah, so it was like a slip thing. You could slip your gun in there. So you take it off the gun rack, and then when you're going into class, you slip it in your little thing on the seat, and it was made to hold
I
your
know what you're
shotgun.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lived there for 2 years. I was totally entertained about the way that people live in Texas. It really blew my mind. I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
All right, I get it.
And when I had a lowrider, you know, I grew up out in the country with trucks, but then I went into that lowrider phase where I had 18s in my truck, and I had a extended cab S10 mini truck, red and black, with, you know, rims.
Oh, really?
I put a system in it, and I used to be the guy that would fill up the bed of the truck with, you know, we had plastic, and I put water in there, and I'd pack the girls.
Oh, you put water in it? Yeah,
I'd pack the girls in there, and we'd cruise around town drinking
we
beer.
did that too in the summer, man. That was hilarious.
The cops didn't bother us.
No, they didn't care because you had hot girls in the back in bikinis. They're just looking at the chicks, man.
Yeah.
They're going, oh, that's nice to look at in the summertime. Yeah.
Yeah. Did all that crazy stuff too, man. Yeah.
But that was back in the day when cops really didn't mess with you because they were like, yeah, you're just having fun. You're not really doing anything wrong. But nowadays, it's like, you know, you sneeze or you twitch the wrong way, and all of a sudden, boom, they're right in front of you. It's like, holy crap, do you have anything else to do, man? Like, seriously.
Yeah, Bam Bam in the chat says, kids today can't change a tire. Yeah, that's...
That's right, and that's why I laugh, because I used to have a contract with, okay, you guys have the American Automobile Association, AAA, right?
That's true.
Okay, well, in Canada, we still have the same thing, but province to province is different, and I had a contract with them. And 9 times out of 10, you know what? It would be a young dude, and I had to go out there and change your friggin' tire because you don't have a clue to how to do it? Wow, you little cuck. Your daddy should have slapped you around a little more when you were younger, man. Holy crap, you might have got tougher. Really? That's the first thing you should know is how to change your friggin' tire. If you got a driver's license, that's the first thing you've got to figure out, man.
Yep. Oh, I forgot.
Put the gas in, change the oil, and change the tire, man.
In our church, I forgot we're going to have a statue of Obama, too.
Stay woke!
Everybody in Cleveland, low minority, got Obama phone. Keep Obama in president, you know? He gave us a phone.
Well, he actually does still run the presidency. Joe Biden's just a puppet, man, that Obama plays with, man.
Oh,
with a marionette.
Yep. Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
It's all...
This guy's all concerned about climate change, and he goes and buys an $8.5 million mansion at Martha's Vineyard on the coast. He has beachfront property, but he's all concerned about, oh, okay, I see how that works. All right.
Yep. Let's see here. We got Super Salty in the chat room.
It's not rocket science. Like, geez, man.
We got Super Salty in the chat room. I haven't seen Super Salty in a while. Yeah, it's interesting to see the brainwashing. Like today when I was riding my bike, I was in front of Walmart, and I saw this lesbian couple, and they were both wearing their mask really tight. They were tattooed and pierced out to the max. One of them kind of had some
They probably didn't brush their teeth after licking each other.
All right. So anyway, one of them had some dreads. One of them had some dreads, and kind of wannabe dreads. Yeah, and so they don't care about poisoning their body with the tattoos and all the toxic stuff that goes along with the piercing and the tattoos.
Oh, but I'll guarantee you that they're all for the vegan menu and all the political correct things, right? Yeah. Okay, girls. Yeah.
And they're afraid of the Rona, though.
The toxic that dyed your hair, and the toxic that you put in your arms because you got all those fucking weird tattoos, probably from like a guy named Raul down the street on the corner doing them for $5.
Yep.
Like, you people kidding me?
But
man?
they had their
like,
mask on, and they're all adjusting their masks. That's my point about what I'm talking about. They're all toxic out on the outside and the inside, but then they're worried about the Rona, so they're coming in there with their mask really tight. What's going on with that mindset?
It's brainwashing, dude.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Do you remember? Do you remember back in the day when they actually used to do subliminal brainwashing to when you went to the movie theater? They'd be like, you know, a half a second clip that your subconscious would catch, but your app conscious would not.
Yep. Oh
Do you
yeah.
remember how they did that?
Yep.
Okay. Do you also remember they also came up with what was it called, MK2?
Or it was MK Ultra.
Oh, that's it. Thank you. MK2 Ultra. That's what it was
Yeah.
called. Yes. Okay. You don't think that has actually kept on going, but in different ways?
Oh yeah, it's a television programming that it's telling you a vision and it's programming you. So yeah, it's remember your TV is a television. It's telling you a vision, and there's television
right.
programming. So it's programming you.
And people forget they have subconscious and conscious. Subconscious collects everything.
Yep. All right, let's do this here. We're gonna pull up some Cowboys Mosh here, and we're gonna do a little morning fry.
I know that voice. I know that voice.
We're gonna
That's Baby Jeff.
we're gonna
That's
deep
Baby
fry.
Jeff. I know that voice.
Let's deep fry Mosh here. I'm putting the link in the chat. Let's go and throw some
Oh,
fries.
and Frantic Missy. Oh, and Casey's there too.
Let's go in and throw some fries in the Mosh room there.
Oh, look, Mosh
just say
stepped out.
kickbox?
Look, he changed his name, man.
My name is Kid. Oh wait, never mind. Okay, I'll stop.
All right, so I'm going to be easing out of the stream here
No,
pretty soon. So
I thought
let's
somebody said kickbox.
we'll just hand the stream off to Mosh, and
Good stuff.
let's do this.
We're just fucking with you, Randy. You actually been pretty cool tonight.
Put some fries and TV in
Cooler
the
than
chat
everybody
if you
else.
want to go over there.
There you go, Spicy Peach.
So
That's it right there.
I'm putting the link in the
Check
chat
that
to
out, now
Mosh's
or later.
channel.
Check
I'm
it
going to
out.
be ending the stream with
It's
the
fucking- yeah.
Poker Face song.
Sorry about that, Rudy.
So this is the link.
No worries, brother.
This is the link to Mosh's channel. He's having a
No worries, brother.
he's having a $10 raffle to amp and a guitar, brand new amp and a guitar that's custom made.
Amp, guitar, and a customized shirt.
And a customized shirt. Okay, cool.
Because she can definitely talk about something.
I need to be in that lap.
Copy.
Damn it! I need to be there. I need to be there.
Fry
I'm going
raid.
to be there.
Yeah, cool.
I am going to be
Yeah, she's like, I can't figure out where the noise is coming from. It's in mommy's ears.
All these loud motherfuckers. I blame
there.
them on
Oh
Casey.
shit! Fry TV
Just blame it on me
now.
there.
Ray.
It's okay, Yoshi. I'll take the blame.
Check out Fry TV now. Subscribe to Fry TV now. If you guys don't know him.
Fry TV now in the house. Yeah, one love. That's a spectacular individual. He throws out all kinds of subject levels. He is the post-apocalyptic guru. He's fucking throwing it down on a daily basis. If you ain't subbed up to Fry TV, then you need to do it right now. Because that gentleman right there has his shit together.
Oh shit! A Fry
Definitely.
TV now raid. I need to let them know. I need to let them know that here's what we're doing. Let me cover for a second, guys.
One love, Fry.
We are doing a raffle. $10 gets you in. I got PayPal and Cash App. You get a guitar, an amp, strings, carrying bag case. You get the lessons. You get the chords. You get the picks. You get the an amp with distortion as well. Gain, yeah. You get humbucking pickups. You get, again, 2 jerseys, any name, any number, any team, any sport. Football, basketball, baseball, hockey, college.
There it is right there.
Subscribe if you're new.
That's the one you win in the raffle.
Your night, one love, sir.
This is beautiful. Get in this raffle, 2 custom jerseys, guitar, amp, everything you need, tuner, everything. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you're new. Shout out to Fry TV Now. So everybody subscribe to Fry TV Now as well.
This should make MCT happy. Look. It's Donald Trump for president. Mwah.
from fucking Texas. Yes, sir. Yeah, Friday he rocked the party. I saw a little bit of your show earlier. I saw you and Pure talking about the crazy shit that's happening with the Lake Mead, and I was very impressed. It was great.
Oh, wait,
It was great.
what are we
I
talking
just
about, Lake
couldn't
Mead
jump
again?
on it.
What about like me?
No, I was talking Friday. What are you talking about?
Oh.
What deep fry you
You
do?
know I'm obsessed with the Lake Mead drainage.
No, that's what he was. You might want to rewatch that because it was a great stream. Fry and a couple of other individuals really brought some attention to it. I think it's something that we need to be paying attention to.
Everyone needs
I
to
don't
pay
know
attention
if
to
it's
that.
something that's natural or if it's something that's being cultivated by the powers that be. But that lake is.
I think it is. I think they're trying to they're trying to do some climate change, like.
Maybe they're trying to buy property. Maybe they're trying to reserve water. I don't know. But that is some fuckery going on right there in that place. And it is dropping at a obscene rate that is not natural in any way, shape, or form. That lake should not be doing what it's doing.
Nope. It's weird as shit.
And it has the potential to shut down California's farmers. It has the potential to shut down Las Vegas's power. All kinds of things are all.
The auto industry. What are they going to make milk out of now? Can you milk a cat?
No, I mean, they say you can milk anything with nipples, but, I have nipples and I ain't never.
Y'all know what time I think it is? I know what time it is. We're gonna do a
It's fucking guitar raffle time! In case you don't know. Oh yeah.
Shout out to the FryTVNow, right?
Poor Yoshi. Just sitting there hanging out. Why you always...
Let's fucking go.
Good boy. He's fine.
Yeah, I entered the raffle.
Well, I've been following for a long time.
About a week ago.
But I did jump in for a few minutes. I saw y'all fucking this up. I did a good job on it.
So that's the link to Mosh's channel.
I
If
just
you want to go
couldn't
get on
join
his
on
panel,
panel voice because I had
or go enter the raffle. Yeah, Randy's having a fit. That's great. All right.
Yep. Let's get them fucking likes up. What are we looking at? 115? Let's get to 120. Come on now. 120 be the landmark. There's 5 more people who have not hit the like button. We can definitely hit 5 more.
You want
It'd be
to go to
great to
bed?
get 125, but let's go.
You want to go to bed?
Quality content. Few and far between. Let's go.
All right, we're going to be
You go?
easing out as soon as Mosh comes back. We're going to play a Poker Face song.
No,
That's a show deal.
I may not have
understand.
refreshed my. Okay,
Yes.
hold on. I got to refresh my.
You wanna
camera.
go?
Hold on. Not
Wanna
bad,
go?
guys. Guys, me
You want to go to bed? He wants to go to bed. You want to go?
Sleepyhead.
She said, "Hell no, Mom. I want to hang out in your lap all night."
He wants to
Swear
go
I
get in the bed. He wants to go get under the covers with me.
Oh,
Wanna
we
get
do.
under
We
the
have
covers in the bed.
Okay.
He's like, yes, please. Wanna go?
Yeah.
You want to
My
get
bad.
your bed? Or you want to get my bed? You want to get in your bed? Okay, why don't you get in your bed?
Fuck, why am I?
Ah, taking out Yoshi, y'all.
You want to get
in his bed? Get in your
Come
bed?
on,
Oh, look at this. Look, he wants to get in his bed. Get in your bed.
Come on, man.
Go get in your bed. Go get in your bed. Get in your bed. Good boy. I showed something that should not be shown on the internet.
I saw Yoshi balls. We thought they were asexual, but they're
Oh
not.
no, it was worse. It was worse. I said, you want to go get in the bed with me?
Whee!
Red Rocket all day.
Red Rocket!
Yep. 4th of July nonsense.
All right, so it looks like MOSH's thing froze up there.
Well, someone's going to clip that when I run for governor.
All right, so let's do this.
That's fucking horrible.
Computer, play Stalker by Poker Face from Plex.
Playing by Poker Face from the album Made in America.
Love you all. We'll do this again soon.
Your number, I'm dialing each and every night. I'm the voice that haunts your nightmares and keeps you awake at night. I bring chaos to your daytime, 'cause I'm always on your mind. Fear and passion's what you're thinking. Never found the right guy. Deep inside I know you're lonely, and someday soon you will be mine. This game has become so twisted. How can one love and not care? It's time to stop this lonely madness. This love we have, it is a show signs that you care. Touching private innuendos, wishing, hoping I was there. I look at you through the night scope while you're brushing out your hair, and I see your naked form so clearly. You don't even know I'm there. You feel my stare, feel my presence everywhere. Who said I was fair when our star goes everywhere? You feel my stare, feel my presence everywhere. Who said I was fair when our star goes
And wash your hands after touching any raw meat.
Adios, mofo.